2 balls, 2 strikes. Breck deals. Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 10 for Brody. 1-1 pitch to Guerin. Hit in the air, deep to right center. It's carrying well. Get going, baby. It is off the wall. Guerin to second. Hennings around third. He will score, and we're tied. Blake Bop Guerin, yes. First pitch to Huckstorf. He drives it into left. Base hit in front of the left fielder. They're waving Tello. Here comes Rader. He'll score. Hawks lead. And Kyle Huckstorf slides into second. Kyle, the kid, gives the Hawkeyes the lead. Unfortunately, the Hawkeyes wouldn't be able to hold on to that lead, falling to Michigan in the doubleheader on Saturday. And so it's kind of gut check time for the Hawkeyes against St. Thomas today before another big Big Ten series at Ohio State coming up this weekend. We're back in just a moment. John chats with starting pitcher Marcus Morgan right after this. This is Iowa Baseball from Learfield.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Hi, it's your friend, social media. You know, where I showcase the cool life of sports stars and friends. But don't fall for the editing and good lighting, because we all have struggles and challenges, like with alcohol or drug use, gambling, or our mental health. You know, talking about it is a sign of strength. Maybe you don't know who to talk to? Your Life Iowa can give you resources or treatment options. Get free 24/7 confidential support. Call, text, or chat online at yourlifeiowa.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit epson.com/TV to learn more.
If you've got the right tools and the friendly people at U.S. Bank in your corner, making smarter money choices is a piece of cake. If only our tools and helpful advisors could have helped you avoid some of those not-so-smart choices in life. Like that time you tried to pick up unicycling.
Whoa, coming through!
Or when you thought it'd be okay to pet that squirrel in the park.
Good squirrel, good squirrel.
While we can't help you with all that, we can help you bank smartly at usbank.com/smarter together. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to Hawkeye Pregame. I'm here with Hawkeye starter Marcus Morgan. Mark, thanks for joining me.
Absolutely.
So I ask everybody this question. I know Iowa City West kid, but was Iowa an easy choice for you, or did you kind of look at some other things too?
Yeah, I think when it came down to it, it was pretty easy. I definitely considered football pretty seriously when I was making my decision on what I was going to do for college, and there was a point where I committed to play football and baseball at South Dakota State, and I just wasn't quite comfortable with it with COVID and not getting out there. And it came down to a phone call with Rick, and Rick said the door's still open and said he really wanted me, and I thought about it, and I was always comfortable coming here, and because I'd been around so much and knew how they operated. So when it came down to it, it was pretty a good decision on my part to do that, just with how comfortable I was with how they operated here. So,
because you mentioned football, but you were a pretty good basketball player. You kind of ran the whole thing, didn't you?
Yeah, basketball and high jump and track. Yeah.
So you got ranged in, and
yeah.
you come in with a whole lot of hype then, freshman of the year. And so I've been around you kind of the 3 years that you've been here.
Yeah.
What's impressed me the most is kind of you're pretty even keel. How do you kind of get there when, I mean, social media is mean. Things aren't going the way you want them to. Most importantly, how do you kind of maintain that outlook of doing what you do?
Yeah, I think it starts with having great examples of people in my life who have gone through adversity and myself going through adversity, and trying to just go with the flows, ebbs and flows, especially in baseball. It's such an up and down game, full of failure, and definitely something that everybody learns once you start getting into the game a little bit more. And I had great examples of my siblings, my parents, allowing me to be myself and encouraging me when times were hard, and always supporting me no matter what. So it's pretty easy to stay even keeled when you got people behind you and you know what you're playing for. So
you got a pretty successful family line, don't you?
Yeah. A lot of D1 athletes in my family for sure.
Dad obviously was here, and then everybody else was basketball.
Everybody else.
You could have ventured out.
Yeah, I did. I'm happy I did. I think I'm where I'm supposed to be. I do love hoops. That's what I grew up around, and obviously wanted to be like the big NBA player when I was younger, but hopefully I'll be an MLB player instead.
I remember your sister. My daughter grew up with your sister. One of your sisters playing volleyball, and then I remember seeing you at her basketball game when you and I came to town here.
Yep. We've been all around, or I have at least, being the youngest one going to all their stuff. So
did you grow up? I mean, obviously with an athletic family, but being the youngest, did you just grow up a gym rat then? And so basically, whatever ball was in season, you picked it up and let's go.
Yep, essentially. As soon as basketball was over, it was into baseball or football, and that didn't really stop until I had a little knee surgery my senior year of high school, which didn't allow me to play basketball my senior year. But that was the first break I'd gotten since I was probably 8 years old. But I really enjoyed it and switching things up. It kept everything fresh and exciting and all that. So,
well, yeah, the multi-sport is pretty cool because then, it keeps the mileage down on your arm as a pitcher and some of those things to hopefully help you in the long run.
Yeah, even like football season, I was still able to keep my arm in relatively good shape with being a quarterback and stuff. So I think that helped a little bit too.
So I heard Brody say, and I think it was that first year at UC Irvine, Brody said, "I can't throw a football to save my life." What's the similarity for you, or what are the differences with you of throwing the football versus throwing the baseball that allows you to do both really well?
I think I'm a natural supinator, and you kind of have to cut the football to get a good spiral.
Okay.
So, maybe that plays into it a little bit, and I can throw a cutter pretty naturally. So maybe that's coming from the football or vice versa. But, yeah, it's not – I can differentiate the two pretty well.
Yeah, so the supinator's trying to get that cutter coming back inside. All right. So I got to ask you one baseball question. Obviously, this year's been a little bit bumpy. What are you trying to focus on? We've seen flashes of great Marcus that everybody wants more of. What are you trying to work on to make that Marcus come out more often?
Just sticking to my process, man. The game is so funny and chaotic and up and down all the time. And that's kind of how it's been going for me this year. I've had some tough breaks, and I think I've just been focusing on sticking to my day-to-day stuff and my process. And, whether the results are coming or not, at the end of the day, I know I'm doing what I need to do to be successful. And when the time's right, everything's going to start going right. And, we're going to be in a good place at the right time. And I think that's what's important. So
when you keep doing the right thing, all of a sudden it'll just be a waterfall in the right direction for you.
Yeah.
Well, that's what everybody's rooting for. I appreciate your time, Marcus.
Absolutely.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
Marcus Morgan, Hawkeye starting pitcher. We'll be back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which Car and Driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R Car and Driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
A bag of corn is, well, a bag of corn. Unless it's a bag of Pioneer brand Chrome seed corn. Then you're dealing with the most optimized yield potential, agronomic performance, and insect protection the Pioneer lineup has to offer. A bag that will make life easier for you. 8 bushels per acre easier. And much harder for rootworms in the competition. Pioneer brand Chrome products. Field proven and ready for yours. Visit pioneer.com/plantchrome.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball, hosting St. Thomas today at Banks. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, exciting to get a midweek competition after the last two have been canceled.
Yeah, it sure is, John, and we finally drew up a really nice day, at least as we speak. I mean, as soon as I say this, the wind will probably pick up and blow straight in again, but right now the flags are not even moving, and 70-some degrees, and sun's out, and feels like baseball.
Yeah, finally a perfect Iowa spring day. Coach, as we look at your team to this point, what's your analysis as we get near the midway point?
We got to get a lot better fast. Our pitching is nowhere near where it needs to be from a starter standpoint. The bullpen has really done a nice job here the last 3 weeks of fixing some of the things that we needed to do, and we've got 4 or 5 guys that we feel really confident if we go to those guys, they're going to come in and throw strikes and do a good job. And the problem is that we're not getting enough innings out of our starters, and we have to use a lot of those guys on Friday and Saturday, and then you end up with a situation where you don't have a lot of options to finish the games, and that's put us in some bad spots. And our starting pitching needs to get better. I mean, offensively, it's been one of the best years, if not the best year from top to bottom of any team we've had here in the last 10 years, up until this weekend when we had to go at it without Peterson and Nelson, which was everyone knew was going to be a big blow. And the thing happened this weekend that couldn't for us to be successful was that, and just like I told the guys earlier in the week, that just be yourself and keep doing what we're doing, and the guys that come in will be ready and they'll do a good job. The guys that filled in for those guys did a nice job. But we had four guys in the lineup that play every day that ended up like 4 for 48 on the weekend, and really struggled against the pitching staff that really wasn't as tough as some of the ones we've seen earlier in the year. So it was just a weird deal. I mean, you walk a team off on Friday night and you feel like everything's great, and maybe that's what we needed to flip that switch. And then you come out on a Saturday where you have to play a doubleheader, and it's really windy, and we don't play very well offensively. We don't execute. We end up in a tight ball game and run into some bad luck, but that happens. We would have been a grand slam by Reese Moore that gets caught by the guy right on the hit, runs into the fence and catches it into the wind, 109 miles an hour, and then Davis Kopp does the same thing. We had a 3-run homer, and the bad luck that we had combined with the bad play, we weren't able to overcome it, and we lose 3-2. And then same thing in game 2. You're looking at a 1-run lead in the 7th and tight ball game, and the bullpen struggles, and we have bad luck again. It's that twilight time, and Hucksdorf he didn't drop it. He didn't see a fly ball to center field that would have been the last out of the inning, and we would have got out of it, and we end up giving up 4 runs and lose 10-6. And so, it was just a bad day overall. We didn't play great, didn't pitch great, but then the bad luck that we had along with that we encountered, did us in for sure. So it was, like I told the guys, it felt terrible. It felt awful, and felt like an opportunity squandered at home, and everyone knew that we didn't play our best, and it wasn't because of lack of effort or anything like that. In fact, I would tell you that they did exactly what we asked them not to do, and that was try too hard, and that doesn't work either. And so the message was heading into this week, let's use that as a turning point. Let's wipe it away, and it was one bad day. Unfortunately, it cost us 2 games on that day. Here we go.
Yeah. What are some signs that you're seeing, Coach, that leads you to believe that things are on the right track, are going to get better despite the shaky weekend?
Well, the biggest sign is that everybody's working hard, and everybody comes out every single day and works their butt off to get better. And as long as you do that, you got a chance. And now if we can just fix the gray matter between the ears and get the confidence back, and really the message, we had a good talk yesterday about just go compete. I mean, we're halfway through the year. Let's all make a recommitment to just playing hard and having fun, and let the chips fall where they may. It's not always going to be perfect, and you're going to lose some games, but that's the only way it's going to have a chance to flip and get us on a good roll, is that everybody's going to have to compete better, and we need to find some grit, some toughness. And told them that you've had the best example that anyone could ever watch right here on our own team with the women's basketball team that has as much grit and toughness as any team I've ever seen ever, ever. And we're all watching it, How many teams did they beat that had way more physical talent, and they just, with their grit and their toughness, they found a way to get it done. And I would tell you, to your first question, that this team lacks that, and it just hasn't been there. Anything bad happens, we can't overcome it. We get a bad call, we don't overcome it. When we make a mistake, like the fly balls drop, we can't cover it up. We give up a double, and that's what we talked about yesterday. I mean, until we find some of that toughness, grit, competitiveness, just find a way to get it done mentality every single pitch every rest of the year. It's not magic. That's what it takes.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Banks this afternoon. Okay, St. Thomas, they're in town. Already played them, so what do we know about them the second time around?
Well coached, very well coached team. They don't beat themselves. Generally, their pitchers throw a lot of strikes and play good defense. A couple really good hitters in the lineup that they need to have a good day. We need to shut down a bunch of lefties. We've had our share of struggles with certain guys with lefties, and they have some good hitters in their lineup who are left-handed. But a good team, solid team. They're not crazy talented, but they play the game the right way, and they play hard, and they compete every time out.
Elliot Kadu-Lanu will start for the Hawkeyes on the mound today.
Yeah, he started against them last time. We were going to start Gannon Archer. Gannon's been really trending upwards on the weekend, and we were going to start Gannon today, and quite possibly look at maybe even starting him this weekend at some point. And he slammed his index finger on his pitching hand in the car door, and got scratched, unfortunately. So we bumped Elliot back in with 5 or 6 lefties in the lineup. Hopefully Elliot will give us a good start, and then we're gonna rifle through 8-9 guys and hopefully get everybody in there. Like we had talked, it really smoothed out when we were playing the midweek games, and guys had a chance to get out there. And now, like you brought up, this is the first one in 2 weeks, so it's been almost 3 weeks since a lot of those guys have been on the mound, so that always worries you.
Yeah.
But
when we talk on the weekends, Coach, you've mentioned, really missed the midweek and getting some of those guys that have been sitting out there into the game. We saw Reese Buter this weekend. Thought he did a fair job, a pretty good job until that final inning. But maybe who are some of the other bullpen arms that you're looking forward to seeing that we haven't seen in some time?
But like you bringing up Reese is a great example of what not having the games does to a guy. Reese did a nice job for the most part. but he had no feel for his slider. He couldn't throw his slider, and without his slider, man, it makes you a sitting duck, even with good velocity on your fastball. He was able to live with his changeup that got him out of some jams early, which is his third pitch, but usually he throws a really good slider. He just couldn't throw it. Then you bring, Hackett into the game and can't find his breaking ball at all. That's the problem that you can run into, when you don't play the midweek games. And let's face it, baseball's an everyday game, and getting at bats, during the week and all those things, they factor in, and they factor in on the weekends if you don't get a chance to be out there and play.
What do you see from the offensive lineup today, Coach?
We're just trying to find something. When the two of the best players in the league are your leadoff hitter and your number 2 hitter, trying to find an answer to who you're going to put in the leadoff and in the 2 spot is an issue. And we experimented with some stuff this weekend, and I wasn't real happy with that. And so we just bumped Tello up to 2 and Kopp to 3 and Moore to 4 and brought Huck. I think Huck seems to hit better down in the 5-6 hole. Gable seems to hit better down in the 5-6 hole. So that's what we did. And then Connor Headings had a really nice game in game 2 on Saturday. So we'll run Connor out there. His swing has been he's been working really hard to get his swing back, and it was weird because it was in a really good place when we came back from break, and then kind of went away, and then something clicked and he's got it back again. And when it's good, it's pretty good. He's got a lot of power, and plus Connor can really run. So having him as an option is good, and hopefully he has a good day. And then Will Mulfler's been pretty consistent and gives you a good at bat, and we're going to have Will as the DH and put Kopp at first and Moore behind the plate, and that not having Kopp in the DH gives you some flexibility if you need to catch him later in the game, and then maybe see Cade Moss later in the game. And go from there. Hopefully we can get some guys in. I'd like to see Guerin get a few at-bats, and Merrick Matthews maybe get a couple at-bats. But that's what we're doing. We're just kind of searching.
It's good to be back at the ballpark, Coach. Let's take it to the Tommies today and get on a win streak.
All right, thanks a lot, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show from Banks. We're moments away from first pitch. Iowa and St. Thomas coming up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which car and driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com best value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R car and driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion. Like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Banks Field this afternoon. Iowa and St. Thomas. Starting lineups being announced as we speak. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, John Evans, midweek, finally get one. It's been a while since we've had one of these. Missed at Illinois State, missed at Bradley because of rainy conditions. So here we are, midweek, get one back.
We just didn't like the Tuesdays, I guess, or didn't like the midweek bus ride. So we get what might be the best day of the year so far.
You took the words right out of my mouth right there. It's upper 60s, maybe even low 70s today. A couple of puffy clouds in the sky, not much of a breeze. We can wear T-shirts or at least short sleeves today without having to worry about it getting cold up here today, John. It's a beautiful day at the ballpark.
Yeah, not going to. Flags are generally limp limp, which is almost as rare as it being warm enough to play baseball the way it's been this season. So a lot of good stuff going on, and hopefully the Iowa play will match that.
Pretty much at the midway point for today's game, John, how do you view things? What do you see? What would you like to see from Iowa to turn things around this season?
And I think Coach Heller mentioned it in his. You need something more from everybody, really. But to me, it starts with the starting pitching. We've got to get to where starting pitching on a weekend, instead of getting 10 to 13 innings, are getting 15 to 18 to 20 innings consistently, and then you put less pressure on the bullpen. You put less pressure on your hitting, which is battling through some injuries right now. It's up to those guys to start the ball rolling in the right direction. Everybody's got to do their 1/9, but it's up to them to start it.
Yeah. All right, we'll step aside for today's national anthem. When we come back, we'll get you starting lineups and then first pitch between St. Thomas and Iowa. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Welcome back to the Nitrogen Stabilizers Draft.
Optonite technology, first pick, just like the last 46 years.
That's what we love about this sport. We just don't know.
We know. It keeps nitrogen in the corn's root zone for 8 weeks. Compare with 2 weeks for others.
With the first pick, farmers select
Optonite technology from Corteva Agriscience. That's it. I'm going for pretzel.
The pick is in. Optonite technology from Corteva Agriscience with Inserve and Instinct Next Year nitrogen stabilizers.
And the home of the brave.
National anthem is complete at Banks this afternoon. Let's get you today's starting lineups. We'll go first with the St. Thomas Tommies, 10-13 overall. They are 5-3 in the Summit League this season. These teams have already met. Iowa won 9-3 about a month ago. The Tommies will go with this order today. Tanner Recchio will lead things off. He's their DH. Ben Voyevich is out and right batting second. Max Morris will catch and bat third. Joe Roeder is the starting first baseman. He'll bat in the cleanup spot. Matthew Mollick batting fifth at second. Briggs Richards out and left. He'll bat sixth for the Tommies. 7, 8, 9, Zan von Schlegel at third. Joe Voss out in center. Mikey Gottschalk is the shortstop. He'll bat ninth. The Hawkeyes are about to take the field defensively. We'll set the infield left to right. Raider Tello at third. Michael Seegers at short. Gable Mitchell is at second base today. Davis Kopp will start at first. In the outfield left to right, Connor Hennings, Kyle Huxdorf, Ben Wilmus. The catcher today is Reese Moore. And starting today's midweek is the left-handed freshman from Canada, Elliot Cadu-Lanou.
3-1 on the season. 9 appearances, 3 starts, 11 2/3 innings, 12 hits, 11 runs, all earned, 8 walks, 13 strikeouts. He's given up 4 home runs. I think they were all in Georgia. 267 batting average, and kind of joking about the Georgia thing, but it's one of the things that I appreciate about Elliott is just the way he competes. A freshman, but a lack of fear there to go get it. He'll try to fill up the zone, and he's got a good mix of speeds. He'll throw that fastball, upper 80s, touch 90, and then throw a 68, 69, 70 mile an hour breaking ball in there.
Coach Heller in the pregame mentioned maybe Gannon Archer getting a start this weekend. Not really sure what's going on with the rotation, but you got to imagine that Elliott's been close to earning a start on the weekend if the Hawks are going to go that route.
Well, I think especially with again the willingness to Iowa's looking for a guy that's willing to fill up the strike zone, and that's the part that you want to see. Elliott gave up home runs in Georgia because he challenged hitters, and he challenged high-quality hitters, but said, hey, if you can do it, beat me with my best, that's fine. But you'll take that, especially if it's a solo shot to Charlie Condon because you didn't walk the guy in front, those types of things. And so, that's the idea here. And all of the guys, Rick mentioned rolling out 8 or 9 guys today. What he wants to see is strikes, and we saw that in the midweek game. Well, it's been 3 or 4 weeks ago now against Grandview, but those guys, they filled up the zone that day, and so that's he's going to ask him to come back out and do the same thing today, even though it's been a while since some of them have been on the mound.
I think Coach Heller made a great point. The bullpen is improving. Some of those arms coming out of the bullpen, especially on the weekends, it has been improving.
His circle of trust is getting a little bigger. It's still probably not as big as you wanted or as big as you thought it was going to be at the beginning of the year, but it's improving, and that's you just want to keep seeing. Keep every performance, get that snowball a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger.
Still no Sam Peterson and Andy Nelson. They were out last weekend, not playing today. We'll see if they're back this weekend against Ohio State, but need those two healthy whenever they get healthy. That's primary objective number one with those two.
Yeah, obviously it's impossible to replace a guy that hits 363 and then a guy that hits 408, but I'll have to find a way to get it done.
Tanner Recchio is in the box for St. Thomas, left-handed hitter. Elliott fires, ball one up and in. We're underway in Iowa City. 4:05 right on time. I don't remember Recchio being on the roster for St. Thomas the first time these teams met. DH for the Tommies is hit by the pitch.
I'm going to stop saying nice things about people.
So Recchio appearing in just his 9th game, which would explain why.
Now, 10 starts, 14. You have the old stat. They had something screwed up with their stat line. So, yeah, the second one he handed us to, it was the right one. That's why I threw the old one away.
I hope that's the only mistake on there, John, because I think I copied it off the other one. Okay, yeah, so Recchio, 15 games played, but I don't remember him from the first game.
No, you're exactly right. And, I mean, now 10 free bases to just 4 strikeouts, so does a good job there in the leadoff spot, even with the low batting average.
Another left-handed batter in the box. This is Ben Voyevich. Count is 1-1 to him. Recchio with a stolen base on the season. He's got a decent lead at first. Elliott in a staring contest with him, and Kadu Lanu will throw it over to first. Keep him around the bag.
When he had a full one-way lead the first 2 times, he was almost back on the bag by the time Elliott delivered it to the plate. Yeah, Recchio didn't play at all in the first game, so.
He takes off. Voyevich squares the bunt, pulled it back. Throw down to second base is late. Recchio with the stolen bag. 2-1 to Voyevich.
They got a good read that time. Ball was down. Tough pitch for Reese to throw, and just took him some time to clutch it out of his glove and get rid of it.
Runner in scoring position, nobody out. Voyevich showed the bunt again. He pulled it back once more, and the pitch from Kadu Lanu drops low. It's 3-1. Voyevich batting .344. Started every game for St. Thomas. He's out there in right field. Left-handed hitter, good hitter for the Tommies. 5 doubles, 2 triples, 2 home runs. 3-1. Here's the pitch from Elliott. That's low, ball 4. Couple of free bases for St. Thomas to start this game. It'll bring up Max Morris, the catcher. That'll draw Coach McGrath out of the Iowa dugout. Go talk with his freshman left-hander.
Well, because you've got some pretty loud batting averages coming up here, so nothing easy here coming around with Morris, Roeder, Malik, Richards. I mean, all hit 330 or better, and Schlegel hitting 380. So you don't really want to set the table for free in front of them.
That's right. As a team, St. Thomas bats .309. And they've got 36 doubles, 19 home runs. They've got a lot of speed, too. 15 triples for St. Thomas this year.
Yeah, I think that was the number that jumped out to me, because funny enough, only 19 stolen bases, but 15 triples. I mean, it seems almost impossible that you're going to have as many triples as as many triples as you're going to have stolen bases.
They must find the corners, or really find the deep alleys.
They play in a straight line ballpark or something. You hook one down the line, you can run for a while. I don't know.
All right, mound visit has concluded. Hit by pitch and a walk. Runners at first and second for St. Thomas. Elliott fires low to Max Morris. First right-handed hitter for the Tommies today. He's their catcher. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Not quite yet. They'll throw it to second. Recchio scrambles back. St. Thomas wearing purple tops today. Got gray baseball pants. St. Thomas spelled out in cursive, white across the chest. Iowa with all white. White tops with Hawkeyes spelled out in black block lettering across the chest. White pants, black ball caps in the field with the black bill and the gold block eye on the front panel. 1-0 pitch from Kadu Lanu. That's high and out, ball 2. Haven't seen this much from Elliott.
And coach has seen enough from Elliott.
That's a quick hook. As Coach Heller's out of the Iowa dugout, counts 2-0, runners at first and second. Elliott just didn't have it today in his start for the Hawkeyes, and Iowa will go to the bullpen in the first inning. Back right after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The big game, family, friends. We know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need, whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones. For us, it means going beyond the expected to make sure we're planning for the energy you need today and tomorrow. That way you can keep your eye on the ball and focus on what's most important to you. Find out more at alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond.
Want to test drive U.S. Cellular's award-winning network? It's free for 30 days. Want to test drive U.S. Cellular even faster? Just get a race car driver to be your personal chauffeur.
Just let me buckle my... Whoa! Hey, my calls and data work great out here.
Test drive U.S. Cellular free for 30 days. Named the leader in 5G coverage in Iowa.
You can pull over now, please.
U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Awards based on open signal independent data. Visit uscellular.com for details.
New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes is the right-handed senior Jack Young. He'll come in with runners at first and second, nobody out.
Fireman getting called on. 15 appearances, 2-0 on the season with a save, 0.73 ERA, 12 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 2 runs, just 1 earned, 3 walks, 15 strikeouts. Opponents hitting Jack at a 182 batting average. I don't think it was in the cards for Jack to come in with nobody out in the first inning.
Yeah, Elliott just didn't have it today for the Hawks, and before it snowballed, coach goes to the bullpen to bring in Jack, and yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that he was probably supposed to be the second guy called on, whenever that would have been, whether that was the second inning or the third, or certainly not the first with nobody out.
No, and I would think that again there was probably a more in-depth plan that Jack was going to put out the first fire whenever that was, and for whomever was pitching at the time. Unfortunately, it was for Elliott after a hit batsman and a 4 or 5 pitch walk there.
Mm-hmm.
So
now it's even tougher for Jack because he enters with a 2-0 count to Morris, so he's already behind the 8 ball just a little bit.
I was just counting 9 pitches for Elliott, 8 balls. So to Jack here to see if he can get maybe a double play to help himself out.
Morris squares to bunt, pulled it back. It's a called strike on the outside corner. See if you get that moving fastball to get pounded into the ground here. The 2-1 pitch to Morris after a long pause on its way home. Outside, ball 3.
And it's an interesting spot for Jack because, you know, he really doesn't depend on, but he throws the Frisbee a lot, and you're down 2-0 right away. It'll limit your hand a bit.
And high and out for ball 4. Bases loaded, nobody out for St. Thomas in the first. It brings up Joe Roeder, who has a pretty good average, .412.
Number 16,
He's only played in 14 games, so just over half. But he's got 4 home runs, which is a team high.
Yeah, he did not play here in Iowa City either last trip.
Left-handed hitter, Young deals down Main Street for strike 1.
92 from Jack. That's a little more zip than normal.
Yes. And with a little bit of movement on it, too. No balls in a strike. 0-1. It's low and out, 1-1. Roeder's got a bit of a closed-off stance. He pointing that front foot in between Seegers and Tello. Left side of the Iowa infield. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out, bases loaded. Fouled off over to the left. It's 1-2.
Well, you'll see Jack pitch a little bit differently to left-handers than he does to right-handers. Right-hander, he'll really drop into that sidearm, kind of that 9 o'clock slot. The left-handers, he'll go back to maybe his more traditional, 10, 30, 11. He's still not all the way over the top, but a little closer.
A ball and 2 strikes. The pitch popped up left side. Tello's going to give it a look. Over towards the line. Now he's over towards the half wall. Rader is just unable to make the play. Boy, he leaped and reached over the half wall, and maybe just a couple feet away from him, the ball bounced foul.
Yeah, he just needed to be 7 foot tall, I think, would have was the magic number there.
Count stays 1-2. Young's got the sign that he likes from Reese Moore, Iowa's catcher today. Here's the pitch. Ripped, foul down the right field line.
Yeah, so he gave him the fastball, gave him a good down and in breaking ball. Both of those fouled off. See if Jack's got the swing and miss pitch in the repertoire here.
Roeder's struck out 12 times this year. This is lined into right in front of Wilmus for a base hit. 1 run is in. St. Thomas with the 1-0 lead on the RBI single from Roeder in the first.
Pretty good piece of hitting there. Fastball down at the bottom, if not below the zone, and just went down and kind of 3/4 swing golfed it out there. And Wilmus made a good play on it to not let it bounce over him.
He gave it enough of a look, too, where it thought maybe he could catch it, and so that held the runner at third base just enough, and then that turns into a force out. Here's a line drive into right center. Kyle Huckstorf giving chase. He dives for it, can't come up to it. It's all the way to the wall. This will be a bases-clearing triple for Matthew Malik.
Now we know why they have so many triples.
He was fast. Whoa. And it's 4-0 in the first.
Again, that's a 92-mile-an-hour fastball that's below the zone. Just went and golfed it out there. 101 off the bat as he just demolished it. Hawks still looking to get their first out.
Runner at third, 4-0. St. Thomas in the first. Here's Briggs Richards. Richards, another left-handed hitter. Young's first pitch, outside, strike called.
Yeah, you were right. It was outside, but it was a strike.
0-1.
It's early.
Inside and low this time. 1-1. Richards has such a closed-off stance, and he's crowding the plate. Probably opens up a little bit that outer portion of the zone. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2.
Yeah, St. Thomas had 3 runs on 3 hits last time they were here.
4 runs and 2 hits in the first with nobody out.
It's the same, adds up to 6, I guess, but haven't had an out yet. And they recorded 27 of them last time to get to that number.
Young's 1-2, low and out. 2-2 now. Stunned a little bit, John.
As well you should be.
Yes. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Richards is the 6th hitter for the Tommies. Runner at third, nobody out. Here's the pitch. This is flared into the left, down the line, and just foul as Hennings was giving chase.
Iowa can't get a swing and miss right now.
No, I'm not sure, aside from the pitch before the last one, that the Hawks have had one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's low, ball 3. Full count for Richards, starting left fielder for the Tommies. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball right side. It's brought in by Kopp. The run will score from third. There's the first out of the inning. It's 5-0 St. Thomas.
I think Jack may have just almost doubled his, he has doubled his runs allowed.
The inherited runs that come around to score?
Well, but that's 2 runs he's allowed, which, I mean, the 3 were off of him, or were charged to Elliott, but 2 of those are going to be on Jack, and he only allowed 2 runs in the season coming into this game.
5-0 St. Thomas in the first. 1 out, bases clear now for Zan von Schlegel. 1 ball, no strikes. Young is ready. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Threw it right by him.
Von Schlegel this season has a double, 3 triples, 1 home run to go along with 9 RBIs. Leads the team in triples with 3.
Fouled back to the screen. It's now 1-2. Well, I guess this will have to be a high-scoring affair today, John.
Yeah, and with as we were talking about at the Open.
There's a called strike on the outside corner. Young gets the strikeout, 2 down.
You're losing 2 of your better hitters. I don't know that you want to hang too much of a hat on a slugfest. I mean, I guess you can look at the ERA for St. Thomas and see that it's up over 7, so you're going to have a chance to score some runs.
All right, 2 down for Joe Voss. Voss takes a strike at the knees from Young. Left-handed hitter.
The other thing with St. Thomas, 33 errors, fielding at .959, so put the ball in play, you can create some pressure and you can score some runs, but
just now have an accelerant to the to the panic here early.
They have to now.
Yes. No balls and 2 strikes. This pitch is hit foul over to the left, out of play. Young looking for back-to-back strikeouts to get out of this first inning. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Got him with the breaking ball. And that'll do it for the first. Tough start for the Hawks, down 5-0. We'll see how they respond right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment. Knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Iowa down 5-0 as we get to the bottom of the first. Hawkeyes will look to respond with this starting lineup today in batting order. Ben Wilmus will lead it off out and right. Raider Tello bats second. Davis Kopp will bat third. 4, 5, and 6, Reese Moore, Kyle Huckstorf, and Gable Mitchell. 7, 8, 9, Connor Hennings, Will Mulfler, and Michael Seegers. The starting pitcher today for St. Thomas is Bryce Liedl, right-handed junior.
0-1 on the season with 6 appearances, a 5.79 ERA, 4 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 6 runs, 3 earned, 6 walks, 6 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .211 against him. In the game a month ago, through 2/3 of an inning against Iowa, gave up a hit, a run, it was earned, a walk, as he faced 3 batters early on. I was so stunned that I forgot my read. If you or someone you know needs support now, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
All right, Ben Wilmus, lead the comeback. Started off right now, down 5-0 in the first.
No better time than the present.
Yep.
Right fielder number 19, Ben Wilmus.
Wilmus back to the leadoff spot. Been starting there the past few games for Iowa. Squares to bunt to start, and he took it for a strike on the inside corner. Coach Heller made some offensive adjustments last game, moved Gable Mitchell up, moved Kyle Huckstorf up, decided that those moves didn't necessarily work. 0-1 to Wilmus, high outside corner, 0-2. He just felt that Huckstorf and Mitchell were better at the middle and bottom of the order, so he moved them back, which the stats would agree. Obviously, that's where Coach Heller probably got that idea. So everybody kind of moves up in the top half. 0-2 is up and in to Wilmus. Ben continues to lead off, but then Tello, Kopp, and Moore all move up a spot. Huckstorf and Mitchell stay middle to bottom half.
Which makes some sense there. You know, we talked about it where it just felt like Gable's really thrived kind of in the bottom part of the. For whatever reason, he's been really good there. Huck's been kind of good in the middle, and just kind of keep working with that.
Wilmus has worked the 1-2 count.
Liedl's fastball's been right around 89, 90. He's got a slider he'll throw off that as well.
Out of the windup, the right-hander deals. Wilmus battles and fights it off. Hit it foul. St. Thomas with 5 runs on 2 hits. See if Iowa can match, at least get into the run column in the bottom of the first. Wilmus hits this in the air, down the line and left. Moving into foul ground, and it will be foul.
Yeah, he stayed with a pretty good breaking ball there, right on the inside part of the plate. Jammed Ben and hit it off the fist, and got it foul enough that he didn't have to worry about the out part.
John, you mentioned St. Thomas defensively, just okay. Not stellar by any means, so see if the Hawks can put some pressure on early. 1-2's hit right back to the pitcher. Ground ball, good play by Liedl. He'll underhand flip it over to first for the first out of the inning.
91 in, 95 out, but Liedl's able to make the play. So, gonna stop taunting and testing the baseball gods with his stuff. So, nice fielding play there.
All right, we'll see how Raider Tello does, batting in the second spot today. Right-handed hitter waving the bat vigorously above his shoulder, swings at the first pitch, pops it up right side. That will get out of play near the batting cages. Raider batting .382, making his 30th start of the season. Takes a strike, nice fastball, high outside corner, 0-2.
Lidl's done a really nice job for a guy that kind of sprayed it around a little bit. He's filled up the zone here so far.
0-2, Raider hits in the air, foul over to the right once again. Throwing strikes.
Yeah, I mean, he threw 6 pitches to Wilmus and 3 pitches here and just 1 ball so far.
Catcher setting up outside. Here's the 0-2. Another foul hit by Tello. He stays alive. One thing I think we really both noticed, John, the amount of pop-ups and weak contact that Iowa had against Michigan, especially on Saturday, was something that we really hadn't seen from the Hawkeyes this year. Try to correct that. 0-2 pitch to Tello. That's in the dirt.
Well, the interesting thing with that is Lidl's doing exactly the opposite of what the Michigan pitching staff did. They really kind of worked the bottom and corners of the zone. Lidl's worked the top, and so you kind of expect some pop-ups and contact at the top of the zone. Iowa was popping up pitches on the bottom of the zone, which was strange.
1-2. Tello drives it into left center. The left fielder is over, makes a diving catch. That's richer. It's more of a sliding catch, I suppose. 2 down.
It's 101 off the bat. I mean, it's another one of those. There's a lot of good in that, other than you made an out.
That brings up Davis Kopp with the bases empty and 2 outs.
Next batter for the Hawkeyes. First baseman.
Davis looks to get hot again. He's batting .317. Struggled just a touch against Michigan. Kopp only had 1 hit on the weekend. Here's the first pitch that he sees. Takes it for a strike on the outside corner.
Didn't we all struggle a little against Michigan?
Yes, everybody. No balls in the strike to Kopp. Here's the pitch. Outside corner again, 0-2.
Might be Lidl's best inning of the year. I could see the catcher frame that in. Ball was outside, but
he brought it back in, didn't he?
Nice sell on the outer corner.
0-2. Lined into right. This will tail foul. Contact by Kopp, but we're seeing one of the similarities, I suppose, from the St. Thomas pitching that we saw against Michigan. They're working the outside, with the exception of 1 breaking ball to Wilmus on the inner part of the plate. Everything's been outside. The catcher, Morris, setting up outside there again. Here's the 0-2. Kopp lays off. Outside, ball 1.
That's a pretty good pitch to test Kopp's discipline, too. Throw it in that same tunnel as the fastball's been, but throw the slider instead.
1-2. Fouled back to the screen. Kopp let go of the bat. He'll walk over near the St. Thomas on deck circle to grab it.
Davis is never in a rush.
Slow and steady by the deputy. 5-0 St. Thomas, the bottom of the first. Iowa trying to get a 2-out rally going. See if they can answer. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Kopp. Popped up, right side. First baseman Roeder's over. Malik is there in foul territory. He's got it. This is a 1-2-3 inning. And St. Thomas leads it 5-0 through 1. Back in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Top of the second inning at Banks. St. Thomas out to a 5-0 lead over the Hawkeyes. They'll have 9-1-2 coming up. Gottschalk and then Recchio and Voyevich. New pitcher into the game for Iowa is the right-handed redshirt junior from Cedar Falls, Reese Buter.
0-2 on the season in 7 appearances, 7 2/3 innings, 13 hits, 13 runs have all been earned, 5 walks, 10 strikeouts. Opponents hitting Reese around at a .382 average. 13 of those hits, 8 of them have been extra bases. And what we've seen a couple times from Reese, great ability to throw strike 1 and strike 2. Just need to close out those at-bats. Get to the finish line and get back in the dugout a little quicker.
I thought he did well against Michigan for the first inning and a half, I suppose, and then towards the end of his outing, maybe just let things get away from him a bit. Michigan started to hit him around just a touch. But we'll see what Reese has going for him today. Down 5-0 in the second. Gottschalk will lead it off. He's the starting shortstop, and believe it or not, another left-handed hitter.
He batted leadoff in the game here back in early March.
Buter's gotten him to foul off a couple pitches. It's 1-2.
Yeah, Reese getting the fastball up there. Getting almost mid-90s, 92, 93, 94, push 95.
Goes off speed in the dirt there, 2-2. Here's a situation we were just talking about, John, to get to the 2 strikes. Let's see if Reese can finish the deal and get a strikeout.
Yeah, there's a lot of fishing for the out pitches, but
ground ball to the right side. Kopp backhand, so underhand toss it to Buter, who's covering the bag for out number 1. That was good teamwork by Kopp and Buter.
Yep, that's the spring training work you do to make sure you're getting off the mound and get over there. Any ground ball hit that way, sprint there, create the angle. Kopp had to come off towards second base, so needed a little help that time, and Reese was there for him.
Here's top of the order, Tanner Recchio. Buter fires first pitch. Fastball, strike number 1. Squares to bunt, puts it on the ground to third. Tello, bare hand pick, throw to first. Is not in time. Great bunt by Recchio.
Tello was even in a little bit. And boy, he was zooming down the line. Again, I guess another example of how you see a bunch of triples, even though Recchio doesn't have one, is you show that type of speed and get down the line.
I thought Tello did a nice job just playing deep at third. He did everything right for the most part.
Yeah, he was even with the bag. He wasn't exceptionally deep.
First pitch to Voyevich is fouled sharply off to the left.
And played it perfectly on with the bare hand, too. I thought, oh, he doesn't need to bare hand that. And he not only needed to bare hand it, he needed to do more.
Throw over to first base to keep Recchio around. Voyevich walked and scored in the first. Here's the 0-1. Outside corner, 0-2. I don't think I need to wait too many more innings, John, to decide that the strike zone is pretty big today.
It's, well, we talked a few weeks ago about the rectangle that goes up and down is the strike zone, but most umpires call the rectangle that lays down. My goodness.
We've got a called third strike. Outer portion of the zone, 2 down. Buter gets the strikeout.
Daniel Graue, the home plate umpire, his strike zone is certainly a laying down rectangle, and it is wide to the outside batter's box here early in the game.
And it's been that way for both pitchers.
100%. Yep. Yeah, we're only through whatever it is, 8 outs, but it has been expansive. Not quite that expansive, but
a little bit too far outside from Reese on that one. 2 down for Max Morris. Runner at first base. And Voyevich kind of looked back at the umpire and said, "Are you sure? Are you sure?"
It was a reasonable question on his part, is the way I'm going to frame that up.
Oh, boy.
I wouldn't have blamed him for asking it.
He must have asked kindly.
He did. There was no showmanship in the ask. It was just a wow. And again, it was a fairly deserved as that ball was off the plate.
Runner takes off for second, pitches outside, throw down to second is just late. Moore did a nice job to pop up and get that ball down there, but Recchio's speedy. He's quick.
Wow, that stolen base was on Buter. We've talked about the vaulting lead, and that one was it. Recchio vaulted that time, and he vaulted and realized, oh, that was timed perfectly, and he just kept right on going then. And actually, it was a closer play than I thought it was going to be. A good throw from Moore.
Morris has fouled this off in the box.
And now again, you're seeing it from Buter. He got to 2-2 on Gottschalk, got to 0-1 and the great bunt from Recchio, got to 0-2 on Voyevich and got some help, and now here he is getting deep into a count again. Yep. Throws plenty of strikes, just got to seal the outs up.
High and out to Morris now. Count is 2-2. Coach Heller talked about Reese not having the slider against Michigan last week, and let's see if he's got it today. Maybe fire it in there. The 2-2 is fouled back. Morris got a piece of it.
I haven't seen the breaking stuff be strikes today either. He's been kind of locating the fastball, but it's a tough hill when you're a one-pitch guy. The other teams they're all pretty good. It's
yep.
At the D1 level. They're going to figure it out real quick.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Outside, again with the fastball. Full count.
Yeah, you see, he's not really showing a secondary pitch here, and so he's got to be around the zone, and it gives them a chance to foul pitches off even if they don't barrel it up.
Full count pitch on its way home to Morris. Swing and a miss. Buter got him fishing with that slider.
Yeah, that was the slider that, it was well out for ball 4, but got a break on it.
All right, a single, but that's it for St. Thomas in the second. Iowa trailing 5-0. Back in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment. Knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Feel the excitement
as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Are you a Killers guy?
This is about the only song I know by him.
Oh, really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Top to bottom?
Top to bottom.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. And it's not just because I've seen him in concert more than anybody else.
Okay, so you're a huge fan.
We have some connections to a band member, so yes.
Okay, all right. Maybe we'll listen to some on the way to Ohio State, John. Well, we're not.
Yeah, we're on a plane.
We're on a plane for that one.
Lincoln in a couple weeks.
Okay, all right. I'll save it till then. All right, Iowa down 5-0 in the bottom of the second. Reese Moore will lead things off. The Hawkeyes went down 1-2-3 in the first. Bryce Liedl out for a second inning of work. 1-0 pitch to Moore. Lifted down the line and left. That one will be foul.
St. Thomas definitely playing the full side.
1 ball and 1 strike.
Voss just off the beak of the Hawkeye logo out in center. And Richards playing more towards the left center than down the line.
1-1 to Reese. Fouled back to the screen, 1-2.
Reese Moore, another member of that deep catching room that we talked about with the Hawkeyes. Him and Davis Kopp have been splitting.
I was hoping to see Liedl's longest outing this year, but they don't have player-by-player breakdown.
Well, if you go by, on average, 6 appearances, 4 2/3.
This would seem really long.
Yes. 2-2 to Moore. That's high, ball 3. I don't know if St. Thomas has a...
I bet I can find it. I'll get there. You just got to give me a second.
I'll let you search, John. Out of the windup, Liedl is ready. Here comes the 3-2 to Moore. Swing and a miss. High fastball.
And that out right there now records his longest outing of the season. His previous best was an inning.
First strikeout for Liedl. Here's Huckstorf.
Kyle Huckstorf.
Check swing for Kyle. Did not go on the appeal down to first.
He threw 2 2/3 innings in his freshman year at St. Thomas, and that seems to be his, 2 innings, and that seems to be his career high.
And again, we saw him earlier this year in the first game.
Threw 2/3 of an inning in Iowa City last time.
1-1 pitch to Huck. Took it high above the letters, ball 2.
Yeah, 2 innings against Oral Roberts on May 8th of 2022.
Fastball down the heart of the plate. Huckstorf watches it go by. It's 2-2. Well, the windup, the 2-2 from Liedl. Swing and a miss. Huckstorf strikes out. 2 down for the Hawks in the second.
Well, if Liedl's going to keep being successful, then I am going to correct myself. So, yeah, it pulled up. The stats were just slow to load. It was 2 2/3 innings last year he did throw against Western Illinois. He had a couple of multi-inning outings last year.
But nothing more than 3.
No.
Okay.
They got a guy warming up in the bullpen. He's probably not going to get there today either.
Yeah. Here's Gable Mitchell. Switch hitter. He'll go from the left side. 1-0 delivery. Mitchell hits in the air, down the line and left. Richards is over, but it will go foul out of play. Gable had a nice Friday. I'm sorry, the first game of the doubleheader on Saturday. 2 doubles and a triple. One pitch to Gable. This is shot into left. Richards is moving forward. He dives, but dropped it. It's a fair ball. Mitchell is around first, headed for second. And the Hawkeyes have their first base runner.
That might have been a bad break. That might have been foul if he didn't touch it. But then the dive kind of in fair territory made it look fair, and certainly with our angle we're a little off versus where the third base umpire is, so I'll trust that Kevin Ferris had a far better view of it than I could. But first hit for the Hawkeyes.
Richards not overly graceful out there in left. A couple of diving opportunities he's had today. Here's Connor Hennings. Hacks at the first pitch and fouled it back.
No, and after the first foul ball, he'd really shifted over, and I thought he was going to be in a great position to make that catch, but could not get it done.
Mitchell at second base. 2 outs for Hennings. Here's the 0-1.
Oh.
Popped up. Third baseman in front of the half wall. Von Schlegel cannot make the play.
Von Schlegel should have made the play.
He overran it.
He did. He was worried about getting to the wall, then got to the wall, looked back up to spot the ball, and couldn't make the play. Boy, look at the before they open the doors. Look at the crowd gathering over at Carver.
Isn't that something? No balls and 2 strikes to Hennings. Shoots this into center. Voss moving over towards right center a bit. He's got it for the third out. Iowa gets their first hit, but held off the scoreboard. It's 5-0 St. Thomas. We'll bring you the third right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which Car and Driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R Car and Driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
The Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher for the third. They'll turn to left-handed senior from Sioux City, Brant Hogue.
0-1 on the season in 7 appearances, 5 1/3 innings, 4 hits, 7 runs have all been earned, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .222 against him. Has hit 4 batters too, so again the key for Brant, get in the strike zone and fill it up. His stuff is plenty good. He's just got to fill up the zone.
We'll see the lefty out of the bullpen. Iowa trailing 5-0.
First baseman, Joe Roeder.
Brant will face the middle of the order, 4, 5, and 6. Here's Roeder, who really got things going for the Tommies with an RBI single back in the first. Haven't seen Brant in about a month. He last pitched at Georgia. Catches the outside corner to the left-handed hitting Roeder. It's 1-1.
Yeah, got off the traveling squad for a little bit, and so trying to work his way back into the rotation in the mix.
Looks pretty good to start. It's 1-2.
Every pitcher looks good with a friendly strike zone.
Just why would you go anywhere but the outside part of the zone?
Off the outside part of the plate is a strike.
Fly ball into center. Huckstorf camped underneath it. He'll grab it for out number 1. Roeder tossed his bat in the field of play, in between the pitcher and the catcher. I don't know if I've seen that this year. I don't know if it's illegal or anything, but
the next batter.
I suppose if you threw it at him, it would be illegal.
Yeah.
I think just in general, it's fine. He caught three fastballs on the outside part of the zone.
You're going to catch yourself every time you say it, John.
Well, yeah. Because two of the 3 got called strikes, and none of the 3 were actually in the strike on the plate.
Malik is the batter. Hogues misfired a couple of times. I'd argue maybe the first pitch looked pretty good.
The first pitch to Malik was, but again, we're not going to get we flip the rectangle over. It's not a vertical, it's a horizontal rectangle.
Wider than it is tall. Here's the 2-0 from Hogue. Line drive, base hit into right center. Malik has a single with 1 out.
Malik's halfway to the cycle.
Bases clearing triple in the first. Now he'll look to set the table for the rest of the Tommies.
The next batter for the Tommies.
Yeah, John had mentioned the long line outside of Carver, the sort of the welcome home party for the women's basketball team going on at 6 o'clock today. The doors open at 5.
The line is growing.
And if you look beyond the batter's eye in center, as Hogue fires a first pitch strike on the inside corner. I mean, the Gable statue, by the way, for those that don't know, has moved. It's no longer where it typically was, right outside of the entrance. They're moving it over towards the new wrestling facility. Here's a ground ball to second. Mitchell will pick it up. His only play will be to first base to get the out. Malik moves up to second. So basically that entrance where the Gable statue was, the line is extending all the way from there to the road and then turning beyond the left field wall.
Yeah, then it follows the road behind the scoreboard. And then if you look at the other entrance here, what is this one, the south entrance, it's all the way around, all the way up through the east and around that corner in that parking lot. So
it's a full wraparound, I would guess. Hogue's working with 2 outs. There is a fastball for a strike to Von Schlegel.
But it's impossible to complain about because it's consistent.
Goes inside that time and gets him to foul it off to the right. It's 0-2. You need an extension on the bat.
Yeah, you can't hit it. I mean, that's especially on 0-0, you have to take it. Now, it gets really hairy when you have 2 strikes. Like we're at now, you got to just crowd the plate and hope for the best.
No balls and 2 strikes. Hogue is ready. Here's the pitch. Yeah, he had a swing and a miss. And Von Schlegel basically had to swing at it. Didn't want to risk it. He was way late on it. He couldn't decide. He knew it wasn't a strike, but he couldn't decide. He swung at it. He missed it. Hogue with the strikeout to end the top of the third. We'll go to the bottom half right after this. 5-0 St. Thomas. Iowa's got to get the bats going. We're back in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
I'm Ingrid Lizarraga. breast surgeon at the University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state's only NCI-designated cancer center. Here, we look beyond just the type of cancer you have to discover the molecular details of the disease. We have teams dedicated to each cancer type, with treatments and trials you won't find anywhere else in Iowa. Go to uihc.org/cancer.
John Evans and John Leo in Iowa City, midweek action against St. Thomas. The Tommies have the 5-0 lead. As we get to the bottom of the third, 5 runs came across in the first for St. Thomas. Zeros all around everywhere else. Iowa looking to get back into it. Moeffler, Seegers, and Wilmus coming to the plate. Iowa with 1 hit. It was a double by Gable Mitchell down the left field line. Bryce Liedl is out for the third. Deals to Moeffler, and Will takes inside for ball 1.
Wider than maybe some of the batters have wanted. And I think on that last strikeout, that was in the back.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Moeffler. Takes at the knees for a strike. It's 1-1.
Now we're going to expand below. This could get really interesting.
The right-hander deals way outside, opposite batter's box. It's 2-1. You just wonder what the messaging is to the hitters. Iowa's been held in check first couple of innings, trying to get to Bryce Liedl. Here in the third, down 5-0. Here comes the 2-1 to Moeffler. Outside called the strike. It's 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, your approach at this point has to be, you've got to go crowd the plate. You've got to, he's expanded a little to the inside, but not much.
Moeffler sends a chopper over the mound. The shortstop fields it on the short hop. Ooh, and it's off the palm of his glove. He's got no play, and Moeffler will get to first base.
And really,
see how that scored. What do you think, John?
That's a hit. Gottschalk did everything he could do there. His only play was to really try to get it on a little bit of a higher hop, but he couldn't get that part. So in absence of that, he had to try for the scoop short and just couldn't get it on that hop.
Moeffler got down the line, and he's got Iowa's second hit. Here's Michael Seegers batting in the 9 spot for the Hawkeyes today. Third baseman Von Schlegel in front of the bag at third. First pitch to Michael. He took it for a strike, up and in.
This is a spot we've seen Michael shoot balls down the right field line with where the right fielder is there. Voyevich, he's got some room if he could kind of poke one out there.
0-1 to Seegers. He takes low, ball 1. Voyevich playing shallow in right as well, and significantly off the line. Counts 1-1 for Seegers. Michael's batting .257 this year. Look for that to pick up just a touch. Chopper foul over towards Coach Bowe in the third base coach's box. And the count's now 1-2.
Good play, strong throw to the dugout. Got him. Oh, kicked it.
Right where it needed to be, Mitch.
Coach Bowe did his job.
A ball and 2 strikes for Iowa's shortstop. Here's the pitch from Liedl. Ooh, up and in, breaking ball. Michael got his hands going, and it was a little bit closer to the strike zone than he made it seem.
Yeah, it didn't miss by much, but again, to me, your hitting approach has to be on that inside line of the batter's box so that you can reach the outside part of the plate, especially with 2 strikes.
Liedl with a quick move over to first. Moeffler has to dive back.
Yeah, and Liedl is exceptionally fast to the plate as well, so Will's not going to be hustling here, although he could hit and run, I suppose.
Here's a 2-2. Check swing. Michael did not go. The pitch is out of the zone high, and the count's now full. Boy, if Michael can get on, maybe some blood in the water here for the Hawks. Down 5-0 in the third.
Well, you bring the top of the order up with a couple people on, you can at least create some of that pressure we talked about early in the game.
Moeffler takes off. The 3-2 is fouled off. Michael had to protect that outside corner.
Yeah, Michael asked the home plate umpire if that was a strike. The answer to that was a resounding yes. Yes, it was. Had 6 more inches to the outside, buddy.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Long at bat for Seeger. See if he can get it to pay off. Throw it over to first base. Skipped over there, but Roeder picked it out of the dirt. Nobody out in the inning for Iowa. See if Muffler's taken off again. He is. The 3-2 is popped up, foul again over the grandstand to the right.
Well, until the 2 strikeouts last inning, one of the things Iowa seemed to be doing well was seeing the ball, at least fouling it off. They weren't necessarily barreling up, but they were making reasonable contact in the zone.
Another 3-2. Here it is. Popped up over our heads. Foul once more. We'll do it again.
This were a weekend game when we cared about pitch count. This would be great.
Right. Midweek, not as much. Liedl at nearly 50 pitches.
Figure he's got to be about done here, one way or the other.
One more base runner. Here's a 3-2. Low and out, ball 4. Seegers draws the well-earned walk. The first 2 batters are on for the Hawkeyes in the 3rd.
I think Will was tired.
A lot of, false starts.
A lot of high-intensity sprints there. They weren't very far, but a lot of high-intensity sprints.
We'll have a mound visit for St. Thomas. They haven't made a move yet to the bullpen. We'll see if they do make the call. It's just a hands-on-hips conversation between the coach and the pitcher right now with the infield drawn in.
For comprehensive coverage of college baseball. We'll get this. We'll read that later. We get the change.
All right, we'll take a pitching change break. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Does your company attire make you feel like you're always 4th and long? It's time for a change. Hand the ball off to Authentic Brand and watch your team transform into MVPs. On game days, our team dresses like champions in Authentic Brand. Ensure that your company's reputation remains untarnished by using nothing but the label specifically designed to display your company's identity. Ask your supplier for Authentic Brand products and see for yourself why it's more than just a label. It's a statement.
Tickets are on sale now for the Hy-Vee IndyCar Race Weekend Concert Series. Saturday, July 13th, see Luke Combs and Eric Church. And Sunday, July 14th, see Post Malone and Kelsey Ballerini live in concert. 1 ticket per day gets you into a race and 2 concerts. Tickets on sale now at HyVeeIndyCarWeekend.com.
New pitcher into the game for St. Thomas. We'll introduce him in just a second, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. With a 5-0 lead, the Tommies will turn to a right-handed freshman, Marcus Cruzan.
5 appearances on the season, a .587 ERA, 7 2/3 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 of those were earned, 10 walks, 9 strikeouts. Opponents hitting him around at a .290 batting average. Fastball is going to be the same. It's going to be right around 90 plus or minus a little bit. He'll throw a little spinny slider up there and a changeup, so it might be the same guy pitching, I think.
a lot of similar notes you just touched on there, John. It'll be the top of the order for the Hawks with 2 on, nobody out, down 5-0. And I think officially some blood in the water here for the Hawks. See if they can jump on the Tommies now.
Chance to get going. For comprehensive coverage of college baseball and softball all season long, tune to Sirius XM Big Ten Radio Channel 372 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. SiriusXM's the home of your favorite team and conference, including live games, plus interviews and analysis. So cheer along online with the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.us/Big Ten Radio 2023.
All right, here comes Ben Wilmus.
The next batter for the Hawkeyes, right fielder Ben Wilmus.
He grounded out to the pitcher in the first.
Imagine all those people rolling up to Carver right now thinking, oh, hey, no line. This is going to be great. And walk in, there's already 10,000 people in there.
Just packed. Corners in for St. Thomas. Cruzan fires outside for ball one.
And again, this is kind of Cruzan's, I think, 10 walks in just 7 innings. So challenge to find the zone. Make sure he comes in to you.
The 1-0. Wilmus lines it to short. It's over the glove and into the outfield for a single. Bases are loaded for Raider Tello.
105 off the bat, but I thought Gottschalk was going to make a spectacular play there the way things had been going. The ball just barely sneaks over his glove.
He dove for it, and I had to wait to see the ball come through on the backside to know that it got through.
Agree completely. Like I said, I thought he was going to make a special play, and that Will had to hold up at second, couldn't get too far off, so he didn't risk getting doubled up, which causes him to stop at third.
Bases loaded for Tello, nobody out. Iowa down 5-0. First pitch to Raider. Outside. That's ball one. Corners in for the Tommies.
Yeah, Raider just needs to sit on fastball here. Anything that comes in with spin, he's just got to ignore it and get a fastball he likes and give a souvenir to one of these people walking into Carver.
Find that street out there. Here's the 1-0. Outside, ball two.
Ooh.
Time called by the home plate umpire. Looks like he's going to walk out and talk with the pitcher. Just a brief message. Now we're ready for play.
He wasn't quick pitching, was he? I'm not sure what that message would have been.
Yeah, Raider had shared something with the home plate umpire, which initiated the conversation. 2 balls, no strikes. A hawk on every base. The pitch to Tello. Outside, ball 3.
Yeah, that one was outside of his outside. The pitch before that was a pitch that's been kind of a but yeah, it's exactly right. You kind of made the gesture. The catcher wasn't able to frame it. He missed the spot.
3-0. Raider takes on the outside corner, 3-1. Yeah, that spot was on the inside, wasn't it, John? And he reached all the way across, which made it look way outside.
Yeah, even though it was kind of in what has been a pretty good strike zone today, but that one, the umpire was just kind of tricked by where it was for the catcher.
Bases juiced for Tello. Here's the 3-1. Swing and a miss. 3-2.
Boy, that's a pitch Raider doesn't miss very often. 89 mile an hour, kind of a little low and away.
The Hawkeyes had opportunities against Michigan, and it felt like just sort of fizzled out. Raiders, you don't want that to happen here. Full count pitch to Tello with the bases loaded. Raider hit it foul.
Yeah, same idea here. Is another 89 mile an hour fastball up and away.
And again, have to watch that outside corner.
Yeah, you're in protect mode here, but boy, if it's spinning, you're probably not swinging at it.
Cruzan set with the 3-2. Low and out, ball 4. And that'll walk in a run. Iowa's first of the game. It's 5-1 now in the third. I think Iowa catches a break there because it's lower than it is outside. You think, John, if that pitch is a little higher, you think it gets called a strike?
Yeah, I think if it's higher, it's called a strike, but it's certainly low, and he hasn't gone for low. He's gone for outside, but he hasn't gone for low, and so it's yeah, if it's 3 or 4 inches higher, it's on the edge of what's called his zone. So, but maybe Raider swings at it if it's 3 or 4 inches higher as well. Yep. So, tying run at the plate.
Here we go. Davis Kopp, he stands in.
We've got a new ball game.
Nobody out. A Hawk on every base. First pitch to Davis. Got his hands started, but able to stop him before crossing the plane. Low and out for ball one.
And again, that's the key here. Don't, especially early in the count, don't give him free strikes with the breaking stuff. Make him bring it into the strike zone.
1-0 pitch. Out again. Ball two. Cruzan trying to get that breaking ball, but cannot catch the corner.
Yeah, and so now if you're Davis, you sit on fastball and picture 88, 89 outside part of the plate and eye that right center field gap.
Here's a 2-0. That's high, ball three. And now the catcher Morris will go out and talk with his pitcher.
And we'll bring the first baseman in to say hi as well.
Reese Moore on deck for the Hawks. Iowa knocking on the door in the third. Already one run across. The Hawks are still being out-hit by St. Thomas 4-3. But knocking at the door of getting closer, possibly tying this game up. It's 5-1 St. Thomas in the third. Iowa at Ohio State this weekend. Kick off the series with the Buckeyes on Friday at 5 o'clock Central Time. 3 balls, no strikes. Cruzan's got the sign. And hits the outside corner to Kopp, 3-1. If he throws that again, still don't swing at it.
Right. I mean, again, unless you're standing right on the inside part of the plate, you've got no chance of doing any real damage to that ball.
3 balls and a strike. Kopp hits this well, deep to center. Center fielder Voss going back, and it's over his head. It'll one-hop off the wall and clear the wall for a ground rule double for Davis Kopp. 2 runs come in, and it's 5-3.
And that's why you don't need to swing at the outside pitch, is because with Cruzan's control right now, he's not exactly intentionally dotting that side. So, 3-1 pitch, he's going to be able to come more into the plate where you can do damage to it. And Kopp does damage. 101 out over the center fielder's head. 1 hops over the wall. Sends Tello to third. Hawks get a little unlucky there, but still nobody out. So chance to add to the pile here.
2 in scoring position. A base hit would tie it, just as John was alluding to. Nobody out for Moore. First pitch. Check swing, and he committed to it enough where he fouled it off.
Yeah, that's Reese has just had a hard time convincing himself not to swing at the breaking stuff.
Cruzan comes set with the 0-1. It's on its way home to Reese. Line drive right to the shortstop. Good base running by the Hawks. They froze and then retreated to their bags. 1 out. Reese hit it well, but right to Gottschalk, 1 down.
Yeah, had him played perfectly there. Good solid contact. Maybe not his best contact ever, but he hit it hard. And just unfortunate that needed some movement one direction or the other.
Here's some more power in the form of Kyle Huckstorf. He takes up and in for ball 1. Huck has a couple of Hawkeyes on the base paths, trying to drive them home, which would tie the game. Iowa down 5-3 in the third. Outside from Cruzan, ball 2.
Yeah, Huck's been all up and down the lineup, 3rd on the team in RBIs, so chance to make a little move on second here.
Another hitter's count for the Hawkeye batters. Here's the 2-0. Low outside, part of the zone, called a strike, 2-1. That's a tough pitch to hit.
No, exactly, and that's just like we talked about with Davis Kopp. That's a pitch you take because there's just, with no strikes already, there's nothing you can do about it. He's going to make a mistake over the white part of the plate.
2-1. That dropped in for a strike, 2-2.
Huck a little unlucky, throws the breaking ball for an inside strike. elevated, no less.
Mm-hmm. It's one of those situations for the Hawks. Runners at second and third, less than 2 outs. Got to find a way to bring them home. 2-2 pitch to Huckstorf. Low and out, ball 3. You know how nervous the Hawks are in a pitch like that.
Well, and you could see Hawks' knees kind of buckle going, just keep going outside, keep going outside. It wasn't even close, but with this zone, it's hard to tell.
Full count. Here's the pitch to Huckstorf. Grounded. Fair! Past the third base bag. Tello jogs home, cops around third. He'll score, and it's a 2 RBI double right down the line for Kyle Huckstorf, and we're tied at 5.
Let's see if we get a review on that. Hooked it right over the bag. Third base umpire started to point foul and decided to point fair. And we will get a review. We'll see if that ends up holding up.
It was brief indecision by the umpire down the line.
It looked like a hook, and so it kind of looked like it got over in the right direction. So, although we're not going to go review it, so.
The home plate umpire is relaying that message on to the coaching staff of the Tommies. Seems like he has no choice but to accept that.
Yeah.
And onward we go.
Yeah, whatever it was, or whatever the explanation was, or maybe we don't have good cameras to tell for sure, but such a difficult game of angles to get a line correct on that.
Tied at 5 in the third. Here's Gable Mitchell. He swings at the first pitch, lines it into center, and it's caught on the run by Voss for the second out.
Connor Hennings always used Snoop?
I've noticed a few changes, so this could be one.
Okay.
I guess I don't know if this has been Connor's song the whole year. I noticed a change for Reese Moore. He was playing country all year, and then he went with something else, a little more old school his last time up.
Okay.
So Hennings in the box. A lot of pop in the bat for Connor. 2 outs, runner at second base is Huckstorf. He's dancing around out there. Cruzan fires up and in for ball 1.
Yeah, Cruzan not particularly fast to the plate with a runner on second, so Huck's not afraid to create some havoc on the base paths.
1-0 delivery. Swing and a miss. That's a good cut by Hennings. Maybe a little bit late on it, but it looked smooth.
Yeah, good fastball up and away. Again, just where you've seen these hitters or where you've seen these pitchers attack, just get out over the plate a little bit.
Count even at 1. The pitch to Hennings. Outside, ball 2. Connor's batting .316 this season, 6 for 19 on the year. Looking for his first extra base hit.
He's actually been hit 3 times. Limited plate appearances, but he's been hit 3 times up there.
2-1, catches the outside part of the zone. It's 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Connor now with the way the strike zone's called, you've got to get on the plate, because if he throws that pitch again, you can't hit it any other way.
Here's the 2-2. Connor skies it down the line, right side, foul territory. First baseman Roeder giving it a look, but it will be foul. Gets out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. You know, I'll admit I like the way the Hawks are approaching things though in the box. When it comes to a call like that that's outside, they're getting right back in and ready for the next pitch. Haven't seen too many violent reactions.
Oh, I haven't seen
poor
any
reactions.
Yeah, I haven't seen any really. I mean, it's just it's been great. It's been a great consistent zone.
Here's the 2-2. Hennings took downstairs for ball 3. I don't think Connor would have been surprised if he would have been punched out there.
He shouldn't have been. I mean, that's a breaking ball that came in. It's maybe a touch low, but by the time it breaks in, it looks pretty darn good.
Full count now for Hennings. It's been a long inning here in the bottom of the third. Iowa's tied it back up. The 3-2. Connor hits it deep into right center. It's carrying well, and it's off the wall. Hennings around second base. He's headed for third. Connor Hennings will slide into the base for a triple to give Iowa the 6-5 lead.
Boy, you talk about a guy that's fast. He was zooming around there. They had barely picked the ball up as he was getting to second base. There was no way they were getting to him. Took the 89-mile-an-hour low fastball, drove it 99 out into the right center field gap, and we will have a pitching change for Will Mulfler.
Yeah, Mulfler will be the next batter, but the door opens up down the line and left. That'll do it for Cruzan. He comes out of the game. 6 runs across for Iowa. In the third, the Hawkeyes with the lead. It's 6-5. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Let's be honest, we all like to be noticed. Picture yourself striding into Kinnick Stadium, radiating both style and comfort, while fellow Hawkeye fans can't help but ask, where'd you get that shirt? With pride, you point to the big screen and reply, it's Authentic Brand. Discover the remarkable difference that apparel with the Authentic Brand label brings. Ask for it by name at your favorite boutique, spirit shop, or retailer, or shop online at authentic-brand.com. It's time for a change in your style. It's time for Authentic Brand.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball and the Iowa Lottery. Just add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for $1, then enter it in the VIP club, and you could win tickets to the sold-out NASCAR race or other exclusive race weekend prizes. Feel the power of NASCAR and double play today. Woohoo! See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Iowa's taking the lead in the third inning. It's 6-5 now. The Hawkeyes out in front of the St. Thomas Tommies. A new pitcher into the game. They'll go with a right-handed junior from Plano, Texas. This is Tucker Hunn.
7 appearances on the year, a 6.43 ERA, 7 innings, 9 hits, 5 runs have all been earned, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, only 1 extra base hit. Opponents hitting .310 against him. Fastball is going to be, call it upper 80s. He'll throw just the slider as well. Kind of a little bit of maybe a Jack Young delivery if you watch it. A little bit of a 3/4 slot there as well. But he's going to throw the fastball a lot as opposed to Jack throwing the slider a lot. And so
he doesn't bend his knees very much, does he? He throws it from a standing up position. How about that? I haven't seen that this year.
Yeah, it feels like he maybe get a little bit more leverage and zing that up in there. But what do I know as far as pitching coaching goes? But
all right, here's Will Mulfler. He'll get the first look at him. Mulfler is batting .391 on the season after his single earlier in this inning. So the Hawks have batted around. Lead at 6-5. 2 outs. Hennings at third base. Here's the pitch. Mulfler takes strike 1. Hunn pitches with sunglasses on. And he'll go from the windup. Here comes the 0-1. Mulfler takes upstairs. Count even now.
It'll be interesting with him pitching now, because he's got kind of that arm side movement, so it's coming back into right-handers.
Line drive and a pick off the turf by the second baseman Malik. He backhand picked that thing off the grass, and that'll do it for the third. But the Hawks score 6 and take the lead. We'll bring you the fourth right after this. It's 6-5 Iowa. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or minor injury, visit one of several UI Quick Care or Urgent Care locations throughout the Iowa City Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help you get back in the game. UI Healthcare is proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes.
Top of the fourth inning at Banks this afternoon. Iowa leading St. Thomas 6-5, and the Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher out of the bullpen, redshirt junior right-hander from Granite Bay, California. This is Zach Volker.
1-0 on the season with a save in his 11 appearances, 11 innings, 13 hits, 11 runs have all been earned, 7 walks, 10 strikeouts, giving up 6 extra base hits, including 4 home runs. He's hit 5 guys. That's something unusual for Zach. You know, he's usually really strong on the command side. I said that about Elliot Cadu-Lanu. Boy, did that come back and bite me in the toes. So.
Well, you're due to get even, John.
Let's go with that.
Yes. Zach pitched against Michigan, but was taken out of the game after he was struck by a line drive that hit him in the back of the leg. So good to see Zach healthy and ready to roll here today.
He's probably got a good bruise on his calf from that. And at least it was a good spot, I suppose, if you're going to get hit. But in the moment, it's not a very good spot to continue doing what you do.
He'll face 8-9-1. This is Voss, and then Gottschalk, and top of the order, Recchio.
Center fielder, Joe Voss.
Zach Volker.
Volker, the
Joe Voss to start things off.
right-hander, is ready, out of the windup. First pitch to Voss, drop downstairs, ball 1.
Zach's able to get it up there mid-90s with the fastball. Good arsenal of pitches beyond that as well.
1-0 is lined into left center. Hennings moving over, can't get to it. This will get to the wall. And Voss leads off the fourth with a double.
95-mile-an-hour fastball got turned around 102. Opposite way, though. Good job there. Good piece of hitting.
Turn that inside out. St. Thomas hit the gaps. I give him credit. This is a good hitting team for the Tommies. Came into the game batting just under .310. Here's the bottom of the order, Gottschalk, another left-handed hitter. Volker pitches, and it's bunted foul up over Reese Moore's shoulder. Straight back.
He had no idea where that ball went.
He knew contact was made, but he removed the lid and looked around, and it was behind him.
Chris O'Lean looking to bunt his time run over to third. At the top of the order, due up after Gottschalk and Tanner Recchio. Teller will stay up in the grass. Keeps his head over towards.
See if Gottschalk is squaring to bunt again. He hasn't yet.
Does have 3 of those on the year.
Okay. Ooh, he swings and drives it to deep right. That will one hop off the wall in the gap in right center. And Gottschalk will tie the game with an RBI double. 6-6 in the fourth.
Yeah, that's not a terrible breaking ball. Down and in, but boy, it got sent out at 102, just driven out into right center field. And all the good work of the bottom of the third innings getting, well, the first part of it got erased, and see how much more gets erased here.
Top of the order for Recchio. He'll square to bunt. It'll go foul towards Tello at third.
I mean, now you go ahead and you bunt him over because now you're trying to take the lead. Recchio doesn't actually have a sacrifice bunt yet this year, but showed his bunting skills his last at-bat.
Bunts it to third. Tello will pick it up, throw to first. He's safe at first. A lot of speed for Recchio. The Hawks have seen it all day, and that was hit hard to Rader at third base, and he still beat it out.
Yeah, that exit velo. I've got exit velo on that one. It was 29 miles an hour coming off the bat, but boy, it was Rader was in a half step again, and just got to be all the way in, and there's got to be almost no doubt that he's going to be on the move from first to second as well.
We'll see Sean McGrath, Iowa's pitching coach, head out to the mound to talk with Volker. With runners at the corners, nobody out for St. Thomas. Tied at 6.
And one of the things that's kind of been, I guess Iowa has struck out 5.
Hasn't felt like it, though, has it, John?
No, that's what I was just kind of thinking, boy, it doesn't feel like Iowa's got a ton of swing and misses or a ton of strikeouts, which I know this isn't also the group that may do that a lot, but also seen a lot of balls hit hard so far. If I'm arguing, I could make a pretty good case for St. Thomas has hit more balls hard than Iowa has.
Yeah, they've got 7 hits. Iowa has 6. Mound visit has concluded. There's probably some defensive strategy involved here as well, with Iowa tied now with the Tommies. Runners at the corners, nobody out, and it'll be Voyevich, who's a fine hitter. Volker tries a pickoff move over to first base. I think Voyevich is too good of a hitter to have him take the bat out of his hand any type of bunt situation. He's probably swinging away here.
Oh yeah, but I think you steal the base too to give him 2 chances, 2 possibilities of guys to drive in.
Recchio's leaning, and Volker had a good beat on it and threw it over to first base. Recchio gets back.
Yeah, this is where you need to vary your hold times, kind of just obviously the moves over there trying to keep him a little closer, but pitch quickly, pitch slow, try to do different things.
I don't think Recchio cares. I think he's going. There he goes. Pitch is hit foul over to the left. So Recchio has to go back.
Boy, I think I probably would have had Voyevich take a pitch to let him steal second.
Had to be a miscommunication there, you'd think.
Yeah, I mean, you got a guy with, he's down to 340 in batting average right now, but yeah, I'd like to have the 2 guys in scoring position for him rather than just one.
0-1 pitch. Ooh, look good. Just outside, maybe a bit low from Volker. And it's 1-1. Recchio stayed put at first base that time.
Yeah, it's possible. 0-1, you could think, all right, maybe they're going to pitch out or do something a little different, so you protect yourself a little. But moving again, no.
Stays put. Now he goes as Moore dropped the pitch. 2-1. Pitch was low and in. Reese corralled it, but couldn't keep it in his mitt.
Yeah, with that speed, you had to keep it in your mitt because basically he was going to dare you on anything on the ground to throw it.
Now 2 in scoring position for Voyevich. Volker goes back to the windup. The 2-1 hit on the ground right side. Mitchell dives. There's nobody covering first base as he knocked it down. Kopp moved over. Mitchell dove for it. Gable stopped it. Run scores down the line. Runners at the corners for St. Thomas. They lead it 7-6.
That's on Zach Volker. We talked about that earlier in the game. When the ball's hit over there, it's spring training 101. Ball goes that direction. You go cover the bag, and that'll end Zach's day after 4 consecutive hits.
Coach is out of the dugout, headed to the mound. And a new pitcher will be coming in for the Hawkeyes. All right, St. Thomas, they're back out in front at 7-6. Back in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, our 1.6 million customers depend on our energy 24/7. That's why we work 24/7 to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. To keep our 99.9% reliability record, we're enhancing our technology, improving resiliency, and investing in critical infrastructure. We're generating power from all available resources to cover any increases in demand. And we're innovating to ensure you always have the energy you need. MidAmerican Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Seven to 6, St. Thomas in the top of the fourth. The Hawkeyes will make a pitching change and bring in right-handed sophomore from Clive. This is Anthony Watts.
1-0 on the season with a save in his 10 appearances. He also got a midweek start, 4.50 ERA, 20 innings, 12 hits, 11 runs. Just 10 of those were earned. 18 walks, though, 30 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 169 against him, although he has given up 6 extra base hits of his 12. Anthony's got really good stuff when he's on. Fastball will be up in the low to mid-90s. He'll throw change-up and a slider off that. And Hawks really need a strikeout or 2 or 3.
Yeah, it'll be runners at the corners for the Tommies and nobody out, and they've taken the lead. In innings like this, it's all about minimizing the damage. That's been talked about a number of times. This would be one of those situations, giving up a couple of runs in the fourth now, and the lead is 1 for St. Thomas. Try your best to keep it there, but that will be difficult with a good part of the order coming up. Starting with Max Morris right now, the 3-hitter.
Yeah, it's just, you know, the early part of this game is the first half of the Hawkeye season, and a quick snapshot of you kind of get punched in the mouth. You take a couple steps forward, and you feel like, okay, we're maybe on the right track, and then you take another step or 2 backwards, and now how are you going to respond to that?
I'm good with that analogy, John. If the Hawks end up winning this game, here's Morris swinging at the first pitch, blooping it into right. That's foul in front of Wilmus. You're exactly right. That's just the second you've thought that Iowa has broken through or made those positive adjustments, something else pops up and new questions get raised. 7 to 6, Iowa down by 1 in the fourth. Nobody out, runners at first and third for St. Thomas. A 1 pitch from Watts, swing and a miss, nothing in 2. Volker started this inning but gave up back-to-back doubles and then back-to-back singles. Tough day for Zach.
I think what I've been impressed most with the Tommies is just the ability to, you know, foul pitches off, keep balls in play, and Hawkeyes haven't been able to miss enough bats.
0-2's hit on the ground to second. Mitchell will scoop it up, flip to second for 1, on to first for the double play. The run comes in from third, 8 to 6. St. Thomas with the lead, but a crucial double play there for the Hawks.
Well, yeah, you just, again, you want to find something to go right here and get moving the right direction, and you'll take 2 outs with 1 swing there, and so move that the right direction and I'll get out of the inning and get your bats going again.
Base is clear for Joe Roeder. Watts goes from the windup. Fastball called a strike. Outer portion of today's zone.
That's the friendliest possible description of it.
Here's one lined right to Seegers at shortstop. Michael's got it for the 3rd out. Couple runs come across, a few runs come across for St. Thomas. They retake the lead. It's 8-6. Back for the bottom of the fourth. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Whether you're building a backyard fence for your family's new best friend or firing up the excavator for your next commercial project, a free and simple call can save you from expensive fines and even save your life. Call 811 at least 2 days before you start your next project to have underground utility lines located and marked. At Mid-American Energy, your safety is our #1 priority. So, make it your priority to call 811 before you dig. Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hi, it's your friend, social media. You know, where I showcase the cool life of sports stars and friends. But don't fall for the editing and good lighting, because we all have struggles and challenges, like with alcohol or drug use, gambling, or our mental health. You know, talking about it is a sign of strength. Maybe you don't know who to talk to? Your Life Iowa can give you resources or treatment options. Get free 24/7 confidential support. Call, text, or chat online at yourlifeiowa.org. A message from Iowa HHS.
When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn.
All right, we're ready for the bottom of the fourth. It'll be 9-1-2 for the Hawkeyes. Seegers, Wilmus, and Tello with Iowa down by 2. Iowa batted around in the third. That had to have been fun for the Hawks. See if they can do it again.
Be a good way to get going.
Michael walked and scored. He takes ball 1 from Tucker Hune. The windup, the 1-0 pitch, that stayed upstairs for Michael. Seegers had a good eye today. 2 balls, no strikes. Outside for ball 3. Hune can't find the zone for Seegers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Iowa, you're in all likelihood not capped at 6, and so just have good at-bats, draw the 4-pitch walk, and we talk all the time about after you score, get the shutdown inning, consolidate the inning. Iowa, of course, gets 6 and gives up 3. St. Thomas consolidated the first time they hung 5 up there. 4-pitch walk's not a great start after you get 3 to retake the lead.
And then flip to the top of the order for Ben Wilmus. Hune climbs onto the rubber as Wilmus gets into the box. Ben singled and scored his last time up. Seegers at first base, nobody out. Ben takes strike 1. Right on the low outside corner.
Well, Schlegel, even with the bag creeping in a little, don't really see this as a bunt situation right now.
He stays put where he's at. That's inside to Wilmus, right around the knees, count even at 1. Outfield shifted Wilmus to pull just a touch.
Yeah, Ben's, and we've talked about it. We talk about it with quite a few of the Hawkeye hitters, but if he's a willing participant to center and right center, he's got a lot of room over there.
Right over that second baseman's head. Here's the 1-1. Outside, ball 2.
And again, especially with where this strike zone's kind of laying down to, you're going to get pitches there. That's where St. Thomas has worked.
Outside again. It's 3-1. It's almost kind of dangerous because the Iowa hitters have to be alert for the full at bat because they're getting lulled to sleep with a bunch of pitches outside now that haven't found the zone from Hune. All of a sudden, maybe he could work back into the zone. He'll step off there.
Well, he hasn't worked inside the inside part of the plate with any consistency, and Clearly at this point, there's got to be something in opponents' scouting reports that say they want to pound the outside part of the plate.
3-1, caught the zone, caught the corner, outside part of the plate. Full count now for Wilmus.
Because, we've seen it regularly. I mean, we obviously saw Michigan do it, but Michigan wasn't the first team to pound the outside part of the plate either.
You can count on one hand how many times Michigan threw the outside part of the plate. Wilmus drives one into right. That's a base hit. And Seegers was moving on the pitch, and so they're runners at the corners for the Hawks now and nobody out. I think Iowa might be the best in the business at the hit and run, the run and hit, whatever you want to call it.
They've had some good luck with that, and really that caused Malik to abandon position and abandon ship, and Wilmus was able to shoot it through the hole. Maybe instead of a 4-6-3 double play that ends your rally and threat. Hawks have runners on the corners with nobody out as they try to get back in this game.
That brings up Raider Tello. See if Wilmus has any action. Raider swings at the first pitch, fouled it off over to the right. You said it earlier, John. You just don't see Raider miss that pitch very often.
Well, when was the last time you saw a Hawkeye hitter pull one and hit it hard?
Yep.
I guess I argue Reese Moore was he hit the sacrifice fly on Saturday.
Hune deals the 0-1. Breaking ball dropped in for a strike. 0-2.
A couple of guys have hit one nicely into the seam, but boy, look where the center fielder's playing Tello here. I mean, there's an acre of space out in left center field right now.
Here's the 0-2. That's outside for ball one.
I mean, I can't picture why you'd leave Richards all by himself over there on the left side of the outfield.
Probably has something to do with St. Thomas just pitching the outer half of the plate. But boy, if you throw it a mistake, Tello hits it foul off his foot in the box. Raider can turn on anything. Huge yap in left center.
Well, again, I would think that at some point the Hawkeye hitters are going to crawl up on the plate. That ball he got inside, but that ball's a pitch that hits you if you crawl up on the plate as well. But Raiders well off the plate right now.
Here's the 1-2. Chopper to short. This is double trouble. Step on the bag, throw to first for the double play. Seegers comes down the line. He'll score. Iowa's within one. The bases are empty for Davis Cobb.
Yeah, that's a good pitch there. That's breaking ball just off the plate, but it's in that place that's going to get called a strike. But again, it's a ball that if you're trying to pull, you've just got no chance, and that's the best you're going to get out of it. I guess that's to me the most troublesome thing I think maybe I've seen in the last couple weeks is.
Ooh.
And I don't necessarily want to say you want to change your approach, but almost an inflexibility of this is what I do when I walk up there and I'm not going to change it, as opposed to this is how they're trying to get me out, so maybe I could make a small adjustment to what I'm doing. But again, Raiders hitting 390, so it's hard to 376, so it's hard to pick on him too much about it. But
I think you're making a general
right.
statement,
Yeah,
really.
It's Raider made the last out, but it's that. So again, his process is working, but when you get into these little bit of valleys, maybe just to be aware of what's going on to help get yourself out of it.
Kopp is the batter for the Hawkeyes now. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. The bases are empty. Here's the pitch to Davis. Out in front of the breaking ball and hit it foul off the end of the bat over to the right. 8-7 St. Thomas, bottom of the 4th. Been playing for nearly 2 hours. Hawkeyes looking for some stability out of the bullpen when we get to the 5th. High and out for ball 2.
Maybe just high, I guess. Ooh. I mean, based on where that's That's on the appropriate outside part, but maybe a touch high, and it was breaking. So.
Mm-hmm. Count even at 2. Here's the pitch to Kopp. Swing and a miss. Out in front of the breaking ball for the third out. 1 run for the Hawks. We'll go to the top of the 5th. St. Thomas leads it 8-7. Back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion. Like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Before we get the inning started with Anthony Watts, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Anthony Watts back out on the rubber. He will face 5, 6, 7. Malik, Richards, and Von Slagle. Malik with a couple of hits today. He's 2 for 2. A triple in the first. Cleared the bases, drove in 3. Singled in the third to the right side of the infield.
Second baseman, Matthew Malik.
All right, St. Thomas leads at 8-7 in the 5th. Anthony Watts out for another inning of work. Strike 1 to Malik.
Anthony Watts in that first inning faced 2 through 5 pitches.
Here's a ground ball to Mitchell at second base. He welcomes it in, throws it to first base, 1 down.
As fast as Malik is, he was kind of loping on that one. Wasn't really trying to hustle. Still made it a close play.
The next batter for the
Makes you think.
left fielder.
It does. That was exactly why I ended up saying it.
Another left-hander. This is Richards. Out of the windup, Watts deals a sharp fastball, strike 1, outside corner.
St. Thomas is in their second season as a Division I program.
Swing and a miss, nothing in 2. Watts dialing in, now went off speed, high portion of the plate, high portion of the zone.
They were actually D3 national runners-up back in 2021 and took third.
The windup of the 0-2, that's high and out.
2012 and 2014.
I don't see Anthony get back in the zone now.
That was a decent pitch, just a little bit too high for the home plate umpire. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch from Watts, here it is. Fouled off over to the left.
A really good pitch there. It's a nice piece of hitting to go out and foul it off. Because again, with where the zone is today, you're going to be walking back to the dugout unhappy with your bat if you take that one.
1-2 is lined fair into the left field corner. Richards around first. He has a stand-up double with 1 out in the 5th. If this were a natural grass field, that would have kicked up chalk, John.
I think so. Boy, and that's a good piece of hitting there, too. 101. Took the high breaking ball. And now we're going to have a chat about this one. But if we couldn't review the last one, I don't know how we're going to review this one.
The umpires are meeting. Again, a bit of a hesitant call down the line at third, but They are going to review this one.
I'm puzzled by why we wouldn't. Maybe there was something obvious about. They explained to Coach O'Lean about why. Hey, you don't want to do this.
Yeah.
and he took him at face value, and I thought it was fair. But again, we don't have we don't have a view right on the line here, so.
Umpires heading over down the first base line. They're taking a look at it. Iowa trailing St. Thomas 8-7. In the fifth, runner at second base, 1 out. And we'll see. But they're taking a good look at it. Again, we don't know how easily accessible that video is down there, if it takes a while to load, but I feel like every review's taking just a little bit of time, so probably assume it takes a moment.
Yeah, and again, I don't know what we've got for the technology here beyond the cameras to be able to kind of plot and tell. Obviously, you see some of the great technology that they can use on different sports and things, but I don't know that applies at the college baseball level on some of those things. But
looked fair to me. But again, our angle from right behind home plate, a little bit tough to see down the left field line. Either way, what a swing by Richards. That drive it opposite field like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was 86-mile-an-hour breaking ball, a little bit up, but just went with the pitch like we've been talking about with the Iowa hitters and poked it out into left field, and umpires came back and said, fair ball.
So the runner will be at second for
The next batter for the Tommies, third baseman
St. Thomas.
Van Schlegel.
It'll be Van Schlegel with 1 out. 8-7 Tommies. Swinging at the first pitch, blooped it into shallow center. Seeger's going back from his position at short. He'll make the play in front of Huckstorf for the second out.
The listeners want you to define what a Tommy is.
I have that pulled up, John.
Oh, good.
Chad wants to know.
Chad wants to know what a Tommy is, so you've got to appease the listening fan base.
I've got it pulled up. I was trying to decide an appropriate time to discuss it. Hoping things would be going a little bit better for the Hawks so we could.
We tend to like to wander from topic when it's a route for Iowa, not in an 8-7 game. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Maybe we need to wander from topic, and that would help.
I promise the listeners will get there. I got it pulled up directly from their website, so we can't be wrong, right?
Yeah, what could possibly go wrong with that?
Watts trying to get the third out of the fifth. Batter is Joe Voss. Fastball just outside. It's 1-1 to Voss, another left-handed hitter. Watts deals the 1-1 outside. A little bit too high for the home plate umpire as well. Brings that down a little bit. You've seen it called today.
Yeah, that's a strike if he brings it down based on today's called zone.
Voss doubled his last time up. He takes strike 2 on the inside corner. See what Watts' strikeout pitch is. Try to find it.
Fastball, outside part of the plate, outside part of the zone.
Swing or no swing, John?
I think he's going to try to protect.
Here we go with the 2-2. Low and out.
He did throw the fastball for me.
Just missed on the delivery. Bottom of the order, Gottschalk on deck. He doubled his last time up, though, too. So not an easy out in this St. Thomas lineup. Here comes the 3-2 from Watts. Called third strike, high outside corner. And Watts gets the strikeout to end the top of the fifth. 8-7 St. Thomas. We're back for the bottom half of the inning right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Nestled on the rolling greens of the iconic Finkbine Golf Course, Bumps Restaurant is open to the public year-round. Whether you're swinging by after a round of golf or just in the neighborhood, Bumps is your go-to spot for scrumptious sandwiches, shareable appetizers, and mouth-watering pizzas. Quench your thirst with our selection of local craft beers. Or let our full bar serve you a refreshing cocktail to toast to your game. Or just because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Our happy hour from 2 to 6 p.m. is the perfect 19th hole. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram to catch our latest daily specials. And here's a little insider secret just for our radio listeners. Thursdays are not to be missed at Bumps Restaurant. It's BOGO Happy Hour. Buy one, get one free on select beverages from our happy hour menu. Whether you're a diehard golfer or just love a great meal with a view, Bumps Restaurant at Finkbine Golf Course is your destination. We're currently open Wednesday through Saturday. Swing on by today. Bumps at Finkbine Golf Course. Great food, great drinks, and the best views in town. See you at Bumps.
Bottom of the fifth inning in Iowa City, a gorgeous night for baseball on the campus of the University of Iowa. St. Thomas leading the Hawkeyes right now 8-7. Iowa will send
Fantastic. Good for you.
Moore, Huckstorf, and Mitchell to the plate. Trying to get tied, maybe even take the lead here in the bottom of the fifth. New pitcher into the game for St. Thomas is a right-handed sophomore from Chaska, Minnesota. This is Nolan Kemp entering the game for the Tommies. He's thrown 3 innings. He's given up 10 runs, 9 of which were earned. 8 walks for Kemp, the new pitcher for St. Thomas, with no strikeouts. So
pitching number 46, Nolan Kemp. Pitching, Kemp.
See if Iowa can draw some walks and then implement some damage. Reese Moore takes ball 1 outside. Iowa down 8-7 in the fifth.
If you're ever going to get your first strikeout, it's going to be with this umpire.
Moore grounds it to first base. Roeder picks it up. He'll flip it to the covering Kemp. 1 down.
So would you be more does a fan want to see a giant strike zone that even aren't necessarily strikes, or does a fan want to see a good, tight, solid strike zone?
Solid as in like too small, like where you don't have as much of the corners?
Right. Maybe the ball's got to be all the way in the plate and you're not getting the top part of the zone, so a small zone. Or does a fan as a fan, would you prefer to see that big expanded strike zone that we certainly have today?
Yes, I think I'd rather see a smaller zone. 1-0 pitch to Huckstorf's outside for ball 2. I don't love the massive zone.
Because the last pitch of the last inning for Anthony was a new spot.
And that's the problem with it, right? Is that unless you call that every single time, right?
Yeah, we've called the outside part, but that one was up, and we haven't had up yet.
Yeah.
And so as a hitter, it's just, I could see why he was angry.
Hawks down in the count 2-2. Rather, it's even. After Kemp has fired a couple of pitches on the outer portion of the plate. Out of the windup. Kemp deals the 2-2. Huckstorf hits it on the ground, base hit into left. 1-out single off the bat of Kyle Huckstorf. I'm in favor of a smaller zone, John. I think I've reached my verdict. You in agreement, or what? I think this is what I'll say. Sorry to cut you off, but this is what I'll say. A smaller zone, I think, has the possibility to be more consistent than a bigger zone.
Well, and I think that's it. I think my preference would be very difficult to attain. I am fine with the reasonably expansive zone.
Runner takes off. The pitch is low. Oh, but I'm sorry, called a strike. Lower portion of the zone. Huckstorf gets to second base on the steal.
I'm fine with the I'm okay with it, with a ball out, whatever it is, not calling the top part. I'm perfectly fine with the laying down rectangle, but man, I want consistent more than anything.
Outside to Mitchell, 1-1. Yeah, I think that's what I was weighing in my mind when making that decision.
And I think the challenge becomes, as a home plate umpire too, when guys are kind of throwing it all over the place, it becomes really difficult to lock in on a zone.
This is in the dirt. Huckstorf taking off for third, and he is out.
Mitch Bo, though, immediately wants a challenge.
So does Huck. We'll see if Coach Heller comes out of the dugout. Looks like the umpires are going to meet, and looks like we'll have a review.
The ball beat him there by a mile.
Yeah, he was in deep trouble.
But there's something about it that they instantly wanted it, and so, and I guess the risk you run here is this is challenge number 2. So if Coach Heller's wrong on this one, then they are done.
Review of the last play.
This is a good time to tell the audience about what a Tommy is, John.
Okay, perfect.
So, St. Thomas has been around for a number of years. They didn't have a mascot until the 1950s. Tommy the Tiger appeared on scene. Okay, so Tommy the Tiger, he was the first official mascot for St. Thomas. They had their Letterman's Club created a mascot. It was orange and black, though, even though St. Thomas is purple. And apparently, Tommy the Tiger disappeared around the 1970s because the interest of the orange and black tiger was starting to fade out by the 70s. The St. Thomas mascot was revived by the college, by the university, in the middle of the 1980s, and instead of returning as Tommy the Tiger, the mascot was renamed Tommy, in parentheses, a feline of undetermined origin. So keep that in mind. So he might not be, I guess, a tiger? I don't know. But since it's come back over 30 years ago, Tommy has changed its appearance several times, and now he's purple. So they're not the Tigers. They're just Tommy. They came back as Tommy Tiger, and they dropped the tiger part out of all of it now, and they're just Tommies.
They're a manufactured animal that doesn't exist.
Yes.
Okay. So basically,
now, if you look at the picture of their actual mascot, because Tommy remains an ambassador for St. Thomas and a promoter of school pride, that would be a tiger or a wildcat to me, based on how I see it. There's no real reason why they're called the Tommies, but they just have Tommy the mascot, and that's stuck.
Well, because you get Tommy the Tiger back in the day because of St. Thomas, makes 100% sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then you basically create your own unicorn and call it good. I like it.
Yep. Instead of Tommy the Tiger, they just said, let's drop the animal and let's just call it ourselves the Tommies.
Well, that drives me to today's games, brought to you by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy, much like your story time.
Yeah, that's what it was, story time. Chad, I really hope that did it for you.
And Huck is called out at third.
Oh, man. All right. So Huck and Mitch Bo were awfully certain that he was safe at third. Video evidence would say otherwise, and so Kyle is out at third, and now there are 2 outs with nobody on base for the Hawks in the 5th, down 8-7.
Second baseman, Cable Mitchell.
He's still batting. It's 2-1.
Mitchell swings at the next pitch, popped it up left side. This one will get foul and out of play.
Boy, Iowa's just had a really difficult time on the base paths in the last 3, 4, 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
Have had some interesting moments all year long, but boy, it really seems to compound itself here in the last 5 or 6 games.
Yes, you go from a runner in scoring position and 1 out to nobody on and 2 outs. 2-2, Mitchell laid off high and outside. Full count.
Voss got punched out on a pitch that wasn't too terribly different than that.
Here's the full count pitch. Mitchell lines it into center, but right to Voss, who's got it for the third out. Oh, what appeared to be a promising inning for the Hawkeyes. Flames out in the fifth, 8-7. St. Thomas will go to the sixth right after this. This is Iowa Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
As a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes, U.S. Cellular wants you to make the most of today by choosing game day traditions first and scrolling later. U.S. Cellular, built for us.
New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes. We get to the sixth. Iowa down 8-7. Here is Drew Durmer, freshman right-hander from Omaha.
6 appearances on the season, 5 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs have all been earned, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. Opponents hitting Drew at a .286 clip.
Drew's been one of those pitchers that the cancellation of the midweeks has really hurt him. Haven't seen Drew since the Purdue series, the opener against the Boilermakers. So March 22nd for Durmer. We'll see what he's got today in the sixth. Need a hold here. The Tommies, they lead at 8-7.
Yeah, Drew's going to have a fastball creeping up around 90 plus or minus a little bit. Change up, slider. And yeah, that's Drew's certainly one of the there's probably 3 or 4 Hawkeye pitchers that probably punished more than others without the midweek games of getting that opportunity to get reps and maybe try to work their way into the weekend stable.
Durmer spikes the first pitch to Gottschalk. 9-1-2 for the Tommies. Tall right-hander out of the windup. He's ready. Here's the 1-0. That's down Main Street, strike one.
Last time out was against Purdue in their 10-3 loss. 2/3 of an inning and allowed a couple of runs. 1 walk and a couple of strikes.
1-1 is slapped foul over to the left.
So I forgot we started reading these backwards last time, but that didn't really help anyway because we lost that second game anyhow. So
yeah, we're still trying to figure out our superstitious rhythm up here, aren't we, John? 1-2 from Durmer. High and out, ball 2.
We're going to do the next home series without me, so hopefully that doesn't work out too well.
I will put all superstitions aside for that. 2-2, tap to the right side. This could be a tough play. It'll go foul, though.
Yeah, Buter pops out of the dugout, makes an easy play.
Reese was ready for that. Iowa does not have a 1-2-3 inning defensively today. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Durmer looking to get the Hawks on the right foot in the 6th, but misfires outside and counts full.
It almost looked like he caught a cleat or caught a spike there and just came up funny there and slung it into the right-handed batter's box.
Full count pitch. Hit well to left. Hennings moving back. He's in front of the track. Connor's still running. Still running. Connor makes the catch and backs into the wall for a loud first out.
Boy, that got a lot farther than I thought it was going to. Just 93 off the bat with a fairly high launch angle and still goes 332 out there, and Connor catches it right in front of the Tiger Hawk on the wall. Yeah, if Raider Tello isn't basically in the hip pocket.
Yeah, this is Recchio with all the speed for St. Thomas. He swings at the first pitch, popped it up. Left side, Hennings, Seegers sprinting over. It's Hennings who made the catch in foul ground for a big out number 2 to keep Recchio off the base pass. First time the Hawks have gotten him out today.
Yeah, that was a nice play there. Connor almost overran that a little bit, but good hustle there to get in there, make the play.
The next batter for the top.
And that brings up Voyevich. Voyevich has reached twice today. Dermer deals. Outside, ball 1. One-0 catches the outside corner. It's 1-1. The Hawkeyes seeking their first 1-2-3 inning of the game. Dermer can get this out. Trailing 8-7. Top 6. Here's the pitch. Low and out. Ball 2.
Tell me the Tigers started that way in the first inning, didn't they?
That's right.
Like I worked that in there, my new knowledge that you gave me.
Wow, I'm going to have to do a mascot breakdown every single game now if it turns the tide here. 3-1. St. Thomas, they've got 2 1-2-3 innings. If you count the last inning, Huckstorf singled but was caught stealing. 3 batters came to the plate. 3-1's the count. Here's a pitch from Dermer. Fouled off over to the left. Count's now full.
See if we can execute this. You know, we counted these this weekend in one of those way too many 3-2 counts this weekend in the first place, but Michigan hitters won a lot more than Iowa pitchers did. See if Drew can battle.
3-2. Ooh, look good. It was low. Ball 4. Voyevich draws the walk. That is the first free base for St. Thomas since the first inning.
Okay. So I think I feel good about that.
Yes, much better. Just a really shaky first inning, but really since then, you know, the fourth wasn't great, but
they were hitting. St. Thomas was hitting the ball around a little bit. Lots of barrels in that fourth inning.
Yep. Now it's Max Morris. Morris batting from the right side. He's got a 1-0 count. Dermer from the stretch. Decent lead at first base. Throwing a couple over there to keep Voyevich around the bag. Morris walked in the first, struck out in the second, bounced into a double play in the fourth. 2 outs. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Dermer. Low and out, ball 2.
I really need him to get back in the zone here.
Got the first 2 outs with relative ease. And now Reese will walk out and talk with Dermer.
And sometimes for the young guys, it's just staying focused, staying, with your process. We've talked about that a lot with all the guys, but, just doing what you do and executing it as often as you can. You're not going to be perfect at executing it every time, and you're not going to be perfect at even getting the outcome you want when you execute, but you give yourself the best opportunity if you keep doing the right things.
See if Reese was able to funnel Dermer back in. Pitch is low. Runner takes off for second, and the throw is late and offline. Stolen base for Voyevich. And now he's in scoring position with 2 outs and a 3-0 count. Roeder is on deck.
Now it's 3-0 on Max Morris with Joe Roeder on deck.
3-0 pitch, low outside corner. There's strike 1 from Dermer. Battle back here, all the way back.
Yeah, throw that pitch again, see if you get him to expand his comfort zone a little bit.
3-1 is in on the hands. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks now for the Tommies in the 6th.
Or bust him in on the hands and
get away from him a bit.
Don't get the strike.
Looks like we'll have a pitching change. Coach Heller out of the dugout. Looking down the line. Runners on first and second for the Tommies with 2 outs. Coach Heller has taken the ball from Drew Dermer. We'll have a pitching change. 8-7 St. Thomas in the 6th. Back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
The silly moments, the proud moments, even the hard moments. They're what make life remarkable. And they're why Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield is here for every moment. Committed to making healthcare better, more affordable, with more choices for care. And service and coverage that give you peace of mind no matter what comes your way. So you can show up for every tender moment, every brave moment, and every wouldn't miss it for the world moment. Knowing that Blue is here for you. Go to Wellmark.com/every moment to find a plan right for you.
Runners at first and second for St. Thomas in the top of the 6th. They lead at 8-7. 2 outs and a new pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes. Iowa bringing in right-handed sophomore from Dubuque. This is Aaron Savary.
2-0 with a 2.50 ERA in 9 appearances, 18 innings, 14 hits, 5 runs, all earned, 6 walks, 22 strikeouts. Opponents hitting Sav around at a 209 batting average.
All right, so Savary comes in. Aaron's been solid this year. Just trying to do the math in our heads, John. Where the Hawkeyes go the rest of the game in the pitching department now, burning through quite a few pitchers, a little bit ahead of schedule here.
I kind of made marks of who I saw and who. So you've got Justin Hackett down there, you've got Jack Whitlock, you've got Chaz Wheatley, you've got Caleb Strack. So you've got 4 guys left to get you through 3 1/3 innings. Marcus Morgan is potentially on the board since he's Sunday's guy, so you could throw him. So you have 6 guys, including Sav. You might, if Sav is successful here, you might see him come out and pitch the 7th as well.
2 outs. Dermer got the first 2 outs of the inning with ease, but back-to-back walks had him pulled from the game. This is Joe Roeder, left-handed hitter. Savary pitches outside, ball 1. The back door probably not open that far outside.
So that's begging even a little for what our zone is today, especially on a breaking ball.
Savary comes set with the 1-0. Here it is. That's on the inside part of the plate, 1-1. Roeder singled in the first, brought home a run. He's been retired his last 2 times up. Lined into left. Henning sprinting forward. Connor makes the catch. He recorded all 3 outs in left field. St. Thomas, they leave a couple on. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Iowa down by 1. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Want to test drive U.S. Cellular's award-winning network? It's free for 30 days. Want to test drive U.S. Cellular even faster? Just get a race car driver to be your personal chauffeur.
Just let me buckle my... Whoa! Hey, my calls and data work great out here.
Test drive U.S. Cellular free for 30 days. Named the leader in 5G coverage in Iowa.
You can pull over now, please.
U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Awards based on open signal independent data. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Brown Deer Golf Club offers a pure golf experience. Manicured bent grass fairways with tees and greens carved into gracefully rolling landscape. Challenging, yet extremely playable. Improve your game with PGA instruction and our full-service pro shop. Treat yourself to Bunker's Bar and Grill for lunch or dinner. And our scenic Greenview Banquet Room is perfect for weddings or any special event. Brown Deer Golf Club, a stunning country club setting at affordable public rates.
For a taste of unique flavors you'll love, stop by Molly's Cupcakes in downtown Iowa City for homemade cupcakes, cookies, cakes, bars, and coffee drinks. Molly's Cupcakes is a proud supporter of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
All right, bottom of the 6th inning, St. Thomas leads at 8-7. Iowa will have Hennings, Mulfler, and Seegers coming to the plate. St. Thomas out hitting Iowa right now 9-8. The pitcher is Nolan Kemp for the Tommies. He came in the last inning, pitched the 5th for them, gave up 1 hit.
His walks and hits per inning is 4. I'm just saying. Iowa needs to do a good job here of...
Combined walks and hits per inning. His whip
is 4 on the season. So Iowa needs to do a good job here, dominate the zone. When he comes into the zone, do damage.
Swing and a miss on the first pitch.
The Hawkeye batter.
And do not swing at breaking balls.
Yes. Let it be fastballs that are in your spot, Connor. Here comes the 0-1. Henning squares to bunt. Bunts left side. Kemp comes off the mound, picks it up, throws to first, and it's dropped by the first baseman. Hennings finds his way on.
That might be a hit. That ball kind of got into the first baseman, so he wasn't able to make a clean catch on it. So,
and you wonder if he battled the sun a little bit too, looking over to the left. So we'll see how it's scored.
Certainly could have been some sun there, as we've seen gets kind of the hard time of day to see on that right side of the infield and outfield.
Here's Will Mulfler. Haven't seen the official scoring go up on the board yet.
Hey, come on, just give him the hit. Let's go.
Have awarded the hit for Hennings. Mulfler takes outside, ball 1. When was the last time the Hawks hit a home run, John? Didn't hit one against Michigan.
No, it's been a minute or two.
Pickoff move to first base. Hennings is back.
I have to go back to the schedule. Didn't play Bradley, so was there one in those last couple games against Minnesota somewhere? I can look it up.
1-0 pitch to Mulfler. Breaking ball low and out, ball 2.
Seegers hit a home run in the last game against Minnesota.
All right.
Oh, no, wait. That's last year. I pulled up the wrong one. That makes more sense.
2-0 to Mulfler. Outside, 2-1.
Yep.
I've got my book open, John. Hawks did not hit one against Minnesota in the last game of the series.
Andy Nelson in the second game hit a home run. That's right, because then he got hurt after that.
4-pitch walk for Mulfler. 2 on for the Hawks in the 6th.
I mean, and this is what you're looking to do. Dominate the strike zone. Chase him from the game.
Which it looks like is what's happening now with the mound visit for St. Thomas. When you say dominate the zone, John, elaborate on that a little bit more for the audience.
Well, it's the discipline of going up there and looking for your pitch. I mean, whether the guy's the best pitcher in college baseball or just on a roster, if you go up there and you're trying to guess between 4 or 5 pitches, you're not going to be successful as a hitter. So you kind of cue into, hey, I'm going to sit on a fastball, or I'm going to sit on his breaking ball, and I'm going to be ready for it. And so dominating the zone is trusting your process and sticking to it of I'm going to do this when I get up there. And Coach Sutherland, who's pulling everybody over right now, does a fantastic job of giving the guys the tools to go up there and give them an opportunity to dominate the zone. And again, you're never going to be perfect at it as a hitter. I mean, it's, you're going to go 3 for 10, you're going to go 4 for 10, and it's going to be a great adventure. But you get to that outstanding batting average and success rate because you stick to your principles of what you do. And when a guy sprays it around the strike zone, you have to recognize if he hits the outside part of the plate, that's okay, because he's either going to miss 3 or 4 more times besides that, or he's going to miss over the middle of the plate, and that's a pitch you can do damage with.
Well said, John.
Very lengthy and wordy.
Here's Michael Seegers. Nobody out, runners at first and second. Ben Swales is into the game. Oh, and they try a pickoff move to second, throw it into center field. Here comes the throw to second base. Swales gets there. Hennings moves to third, and a mistake by the Tommies gives Iowa a major chance now to regain the lead.
Yeah, they went early, kind of went with the, we'll show you the wheel play so that you think you're safe. Hennings did a nice job maintaining discipline, kept his head up, and then a bad throw. Nice job from Swales, too. The second base wasn't obvious and wide open, and he took it anyway. Yeah, right center field is a monster green turf for Michael Seegers right now.
He could go opposite field anywhere. Seegers takes breaking ball low and out. You're good with that take, John?
100%. I mean, that's if he can throw, if he throws you 3 more breaking balls for a strike, tip your cap, call it good, or fight off the last one when you have to.
Seegers squares to bunt, pulled it back. That's ball 1.
Might have tricked the umpire a bit there based on today's zone.
A ton of room in right center. I can hardly believe it. A lot of room down the line in right. The right fielder, Voyevich, is on an island. Seegers seems set on bunting, though. Did a nice job to pull it back there. The pitch is outside 2-1. You think he's showing?
Yeah, I'm not. Well, but he's already got a strike too, so I'm not sure. Not sure how many times you're going to safety squeeze, but
really trying to do it, and Seegers bunted it foul, and it's 2-2. Swales into the game. He's running for Will Mulfler.
Yeah, I haven't seen Ben hit a ton, but he's able to stay in the DH spot.
2-2 to Seegers. That's in the dirt. Gets away from the catcher. Here comes Hennings. He'll score, and we're tied at 8 in the 6th.
Well, that's, again, nice job from Michael. He's worked the count back now to full, but he just did a good job with having the discipline, continuing to, he didn't try to bunt the bad pitches. Unfortunately, only fouled off the good one he got, but now he's got a chance here to give the Hawkeyes the lead again.
Infield creeps forward for St. Thomas. Here's the 3-2. Inside, ball 4. Seegers earns the walk. Runners at the corners now for the Hawkeyes. Still nobody out, tied at 8 in the 6th.
You can see the frustration on some of the middle infielder there for St. Thomas. So middle infield will drop back now. Third baseman will still stay in.
You surprised no change yet for the Tommies?
Don't sell him short yet. He can still pop out of the dugout.
I guess. Wilmus is in the box.
But yes, I am a little bit here. If you're St. Thomas, you could really have a chance to win this game.
Wilmus takes downstairs for ball 1. Kemp unable to find the zone in the first pitch. Still a ton of room in right center over the second baseman's head if Wilmus can push his hands and move it out that way. Try a pickoff move to first base. It's dropped by the first baseman, but Swales stays put at third as Seegers dives back in at first. Wilmus with a couple of singles today. He's 2 for 3 with a run scored.
Yeah, Kemp not fast to the plate and hasn't really been around the zone. Tough pitches to throw.
There goes Michael. Wilmus shows the bunt, pulls it back, and St. Thomas will throw it to the shortstop who is crashing in just to see if they could bait Swales. But Ben, smart base runner, stays put at third. Seegers gets to second base.
So now a chance for Iowa to get their biggest lead of the game with the runner out at second, but you got to get the first one in here, so Wilmus needs to execute.
1-1 to Ben. Outside, ball 2. Really trying to snap that breaking ball, but he just can't hit the corner with it, can he?
No, not really, and I guess I'm a little more surprised now. I understood why they moved the middle infield back with the double play in order, but a little surprised they didn't move him back in now. Try to cut that run off at the plate.
2-1 pitch to Wilmus. Low and out, ball 3.
Of course, we're not seeing a ton of strikes right now anyway, so at the top of the inning, this was exactly what I talked about. Just not helping him out. Make sure, and that's why you don't swing at the curveball to start if you're Michael Seegers.
Low and out, ball 4. Wilmus draws the walk, and the bases are loaded for Raider Tello, who could really do some damage here.
Because you just don't want to make soft contact and give them an easy out. And maybe they're in although they got, St. Thomas got more out of, I'm sure Lidl, they got more than maybe they would have expected early. And
looks like they're sticking with Kemp, who's now walked the bases loaded. Nobody out for Tello. Tie game, 8-8 in the 6th. First pitch to Raider, breaking ball inside.
Yeah, right now.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, if you're Raider, you got to sit on fastball here and pick a spot. If you see him just cue one up for you in the middle of the plate because he's trying to get it over, just demolish one.
The 1-0 hit on the ground to short. Backhand stop, throw to second for 1. It's dropped there, but they call him out. He recovers nicely to get the out. Wilmus out at second base. Swales scores. Iowa takes the lead 9-8. Runners at the corners and 1 out now for Davis Kopp.
A little unlucky Raider. 105 off the bat there as he got every bit of it that he wanted. Just unfortunately one hopped it just to the shortstop's right. Gottschalk was able to go over and pick it up. Put a throw right on the money to Malik, and Malik just dropped it. Otherwise, that's got a lot of potential for a double play ball, which would smooth a lot of ills over to just have it be a 9-8 game and 2 outs now.
1 out with runners at the corners. Kopp takes a breaking ball in the outside corner for strike 1. Kopp doubled in the 3rd. No balls and a strike. The pitch to Davis. Lines it foul over to the right.
I thought we were going to be going home about the same time that the Iowa women's basketball celebration ended, but I think that's going to end before we get to go home.
Yeah, we're pushing 3 hours now. Game started at 4 o'clock today. 0-2 to Kopp. Ground ball to short. Another stop by Gottschalk. Ooh, and then he tried to pick it up out of his glove, and he bobbled it. Had no play, and Seegers will score. Everybody's safe. Iowa leads 10-8.
Why he didn't backhand that ball, I'm not sure. I assume he maybe thought he could throw it faster, but boy, that's St. Thomas defense letting him down right now.
And now we'll have the pitching change for the Tommies. 3 runs have come across for the Hawkeyes. Iowa leads at 10-8 in the bottom of the 6th. Couple runners on for Reese Moore when we come back from this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The big game, family, friends. We know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need, whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones. For us, it means going beyond the expected to make sure we're planning for the energy you need today and tomorrow. That way you can keep your eye on the ball and focus on what's most important to you. Find out more at AlliantEnergy.com/poweringbeyond.
Want to test drive U.S. Cellular's award-winning network? It's free for 30 days. Want to test drive U.S. Cellular even faster? Just get a race car driver to be your personal chauffeur.
Just let me buckle my... Whoa! Hey, my calls and data work great out here.
Test drive U.S. Cellular free for 30 days. Named the leader in 5G coverage in Iowa.
You can pull over now. Please?
U.S. Cellular. Built for us. Terms apply. Awards based on open signal independent data. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Iowa leading St. Thomas now 10-8 in the bottom of the sixth. They'll bring in a new pitcher. This is a sophomore right-hander from Lakeville, Minnesota, a transfer from North Dakota State. This is Zach Endress.
0-1 in 4 appearances for the Tommies, 18.90 ERA, 3 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 10 runs, 7 earned, 6 walks, 3 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .278 against him. He's also hit 3 batters. Threw an inning against Iowa. Didn't give up a hit, but did allow 2 runs as he walked a batter, struck out 1. I'm just trying to figure out how he gave up the... Got to be missing the hit by pitches in there somewhere, because there's a whole bunch of base runners there. Yeah, hit by pitch. There's a couple of the guys that came across, so to allow just 1 hit.
Iowa trying to establish some more distance between themselves and St. Thomas in the 6th inning. It's 10-8. Reese Moore will be the batter.
Yeah, just based on the lack of activity in the Iowa bullpen right now, I would guess Sav's going to come back out.
The catcher,
pitch the 7th.
You kind of made a list of possible candidates who could finish this game, and Savory getting another inning. It's a possibility. Reese Moore swings at the first pitch and fouled it off to the left.
That ball is 2 balls off the plate, and it's a breaking ball, and that's, you know, what they're talking about with dominating the zone. That's unfortunately not it.
Outside 1-1 now. In that position, you could swing at that with 2 strikes, right, John?
Right. I mean, it's just not a pitch you're going to do any real damage with, and you know, again, it's easy to sit here and say after I see where TrackMan locates it. So
1-1. That's much better for Reese. He hits it into right for a base hit. Tello's around third. He'll try to score. Here's the play at the plate, and he will score standing up. It's dropped by the catcher, and now runners will advance to second and third.
Boy, that was...
I think I know what you're going to say, John.
Well, the Tommy defense is interesting. Voyevich makes a throw to the infield trying to go to third, and I don't know whether that was, I think it was Malik that cuts it off. They've got to play at Tello at the plate, so if Voyevich throws it to the plate, they've got to play at home, but he doesn't throw there, so you're taking this weird triangle angle to the plate, and then Morris, the senior, just drops the ball and kind of flips it behind him, and runners move up another 90 feet.
11-8 Iowa in the 6th. The batter is Kyle Huckstorf. Huck with runners at second and third, 1 out. 0-1 pitch, popped up, deep to right. Voyevich moving over towards the line. This will be foul, 0-2.
He's got no chance with how they've had him positioned.
No, all by himself, right in the middle of right field.
Michigan scores 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning to beat Milwaukee 3-1.
I mean, I guess that's good for Iowa, but Milwaukee is poor.
Milwaukee is 5-23.
Oof. 0-2 is hit well to right, but this will be foul once again. Any other scores of note going on right now, John?
On the Iowa schedule, Jacksonville State lost to Georgia State 8-5. Wichita State on top of Kansas State 3-0, bottom of the 3rd.
0-2 pitch to Hucksdorf. Outside, good stop by Morris behind the plate.
If we look at the Big Ten scoreboard, UMBC, Maryland, Baltimore County, 3-2 over Maryland, bottom of the 6th inning. Ohio State, 7-3.
Here's a ground ball to third. High chopper. The only play will be to first base. He is safe at first. Hucksdorf beats it out. Kopp scores from third. Another run across for the Hawkeyes. It's 12-8.
I think he actually had a play at the plate.
I think a closer play at the plate than at first.
And he looked at home, and I thought that's where he should have gone, but he did not. And we're going to get a review, but I think Huck was fairly clearly safe at first.
Yes. You mentioned Ohio State.
Ohio State 7-3 over Morehead State, top of the 5th inning. That's where we jump on a plane to go to tomorrow.
The Buckeyes, a 3-game set in Columbus, 5 o'clock on Friday, 1 o'clock on Saturday, 11 a.m. on Sunday.
Let's keep our fingers crossed for that 5 o'clock on Friday.
Yeah, just a heads up, the weather looks miserable on Friday in Columbus. Cold and rainy, so there's nothing exciting about trying to play in that one, so we could have a schedule change. But as it stands right now, Friday at 5, first pitch in Columbus.
Yeah, radar or weather app of choice for the Big Ten is AccuWeather, and if you click on Friday, 53 becoming remaining cloudy, windy, and cooler with a couple of showers. So the high is 53, 20-mile-an-hour wind with 38-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yes, let's play baseball on that. Gross.
Low 43, breezy.
See, the thing that I look at is I wonder if that's an early morning kind of weather pattern going through Columbus, because at nighttime the Friday night weather says clearing up, so you just kind of wonder the hourly, but we're probably getting too deep into the weather predictions at this point. But just something to keep note of, Hawkeye fans, that Friday is supposed to be at 5 o'clock Central Time. We'll have to wait and see. Huck is ruled safe at first base after the review. I've always had a pretty good time going to Columbus. I find it to be a nice city, and Ohio State tends to bring out the best of competitors, I would have to say. You want to go beat Ohio State. That's just the way it is. You want to beat the Buckeyes anytime you play them in any sport, because they are the Ohio State University, right?
That's true.
So we'll be fired up and ready for that one, won't we, John?
I think Iowa beat them 55-24 in a football game once.
I think that is documented. That was part of my college days, John.
There may have been a game or two since then, but still.
Hey, pick and choose. Move the goalposts.
Exactly.
It's fine.
That's social media world right now.
No kidding. 12-8 Iowa in the 6th. The Hawks have put across 5 runs. Runners at the corners and 1 out for Gable Mitchell.
This poor first baseman's got to catch Enders's fastballs over there that's on the pickoff moves. He can't see.
See, sometimes when you wear the sunglasses, it produces a glare. It's not always the best move. He's got him on at first base. He's also using his bare hand to create a visor along with his hat. Mitchell takes outside to begin his at-bat. Ball 1.
Yeah, I have some darker sunglasses that actually create more problems when you look into the sun than they solve. And then I have some lighter ones that are okay.
Here's a ground ball right side. Oh, gloved by a leaping first baseman. He'll throw to second. That's the only play there, as Moore will score from third. Another run across. It's 13-8. Mitchell gets to first base. That was a heck of a play there by Roeder at first.
Really was. A big high chopper, and I don't know if he makes that play if he's not having to hold on. He's not having to hold Huck, but makes the play, does a nice job. Connor Hennings has laid down a bunt. He's tripled in the gap. He's shown a lot of versatility.
Iowa is now batted around. Hennings stands in. Mitchell at first base. 13-8 Iowa in the 6th. Hennings taps it foul over to the left. Speaking of the sun, John, were you a participant in the eclipse this week?
My wife had the glasses. I walked outside at about 12:45 when it first started. I'm like, okay, this is kind of cool. And then every 20 minutes, or so, I'd walk back out and kind of see how far it had moved. And there were some pretty cool pictures with. The Iowa women's basketball team was flying back home, and of course, B-Ray and his quality work was on point as always.
Were you as thrilled by it as were you as captivated by it as seemingly everybody else?
No. that would be an overstatement. Again,
I knew that.
I'm not saying it wasn't interesting, but it was. I
can just picture what you were doing. Cool. All right.
You'd put the glasses on, you'd go check it out, and miss us outside, and then I'd go back inside because what am I really going to do? Watch the sun the whole time? I had work to do.
Yeah, it was right in the middle of the workday. Come on, sun and moon. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Hennings. Here's the pitch. Counter takes downstairs. Ooh, pickoff move over to first on the back pick. Mitchell gets back safely. I was over here in the press box with Sam and Leandra from the Sports Information Department. We were over here getting things kind of arranged for today's game, and Coach Heller was out and about. The guys were practicing, and
the interesting thing was how dark it got in the middle of the day.
2-2 is waved at and missed. Hennings is down on strikes. That'll do it for the 6th. Yeah, it had a little bit of a weird tint to the sky, didn't it?
Yeah, that was the cool part to me, was the change, and the pictures from out of Cleveland were really in the total eclipse part of it.
Iowa's regained the lead, up by 5. It's 13-8. We're back for the top of the 7th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Get a great offer on the stylish HR-V or the Honda Civic, which Car and Driver called fun to drive. Honda, the brand named Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com Best Value Brand for 2023. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.9% APR on a 2024 Honda Civic or HR-V.
So see your Central Midwest Honda dealer today. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic SI and Type R Car and Driver January 2023 based on 2023 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Feel the excitement as NASCAR returns to the Iowa Speedway with Powerball in the Iowa Lottery. Add the double play bonus to your Powerball ticket for your chance to win exclusive NASCAR prizes. See complete rules and details at ialottery.com/VIP.
Iowa leads St. Thomas 13-8. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Savory starts the top of the 7th for the Hawkeyes. Malik, Richards, and Von Schlegel coming to the plate. Malik takes ball 1. Good-looking pitch from Savory, but called a ball. Here's the 1-0 is fouled back off the beam and shot to Davis Kopp at first base.
That had home plate umpire Daniel Graway's name on the back of his nugget.
Yeah, that's a problem too, isn't it? That was a comebacker.
The mask doesn't protect the backside of your head.
1-1. Blooped foul over to the left. That'll find the bullpen of St. Thomas. 1-2. Looks like the celebration still going on over across the street. Haven't seen people file out of Carver Hawkeye Arena yet. 1-2 pitch from Savory is outside 2-2. It was announced that they will retire Caitlin Clark's number 22 jersey.
Are you kidding?
Shocker.
That's outrageous.
And some of the least surprising news of the day, but congratulations to Caitlin and the women's basketball team. Here's a pop-up on the infield. Raider Tello clearly calls out that he's got it, and he'll make the grab for the first out.
The fact that they didn't do it in the last home game against Ohio State was...
we were discussing that earlier today over in the office.
The next batter for the Tommies, left fielder, Briggs.
When did they announce Luca Garza's? That was during the season, wasn't it?
I think they announced it, and I think they had announced Megan Gustafson as well, but didn't do it, either of them, until the next season.
Right, because Garza's was in the, I remember Iowa was playing Michigan State that day. Briggs Richards is the batter for the Tommies, top of the 7th. Savory trying to come in the back door. He gets the call there,
wow.
And it's 1-1.
Wow. I mean, there's a Hawkeye Sports Hall of Fame or Mount Rushmore, as everybody likes to do.
Mm-hmm. Tapped foul over to the right, 1-2. Go ahead, John.
I mean, you could probably put Caitlin's junior and senior year as two of the faces up there, but I mean, boy, because not only what she did in the sport, swing and a miss there, strike 3 for 2 outs, but just with the with the impact of sport, Kyle Huseman posted something, February 2nd, 2022, Iowa Ohio State set a Big Ten television record with like 174,000 viewers. I mean, 18.9 million watched that championship game, so it's a pretty substantial and big growth move.
Yep. Check swing by Von Schlegel. He drew contact and hit it foul.
Women's basketball hold records now on 7 different networks for most watched game.
It'll be fun to track over the coming years if those ever get touched. 0-1 pitch from Savory. Ooh, looked good but low. 1-1.
For the sake of the sport, I hope that they continue to move. I saw something earlier. Indiana Fever has 36 of 40 of their games nationally televised last year. They had 1 this past year.
Yeah.
1.
So next year they'll have 36 of 40?
Yeah, they'll have 36 of 40. So for everybody that wants to decide that they don't like Caitlin Clark, I don't care. She's still pretty good and people want to watch.
Right. Too bad. Here comes a 2-1 from Savory. Out of the windup. Ooh, inside, almost hit him. Ball 3.
And maybe it won't work out long term, but it's going to get a chance to play it out for at least a hot minute or two.
Yeah, that's probably a discussion for non-radio, but some of these conversations that are being had right now about what Caitlin has done for the sport, really strange to me. Very strange.
Wow, and I warned you about this. You started it.
I did give the opportunity for it to be off.
You gave me the opportunity. But if Savory throws strike 3, we might save the whole thing right here.
Here's the 3-2.
Oh,
hit foul.
But the thing that you're, if you want to have a you need championships debate to be the greatest of all time, I'm on board with that. I'm perfectly fine. To say that she's not one of the greats because she doesn't have a ring is idiotic.
Foolish. 3-2's hit right back to Savory. Ooh, a backpedaling play. He lobs it over to first to get him at first base.
He's not shooting the guns after that one.
That was put right back to him. Savory gloved it, and as he was falling to his rear on the mound, he lobbed it over to Kopp for the 3rd out. Iowa's first 1-2-3 inning of the game sends us to the bottom of the 7th.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, it's time for the Blue Bunny 7th inning stretch. You know what to do. Get up, stretch those legs, and go enjoy the best 7th inning stretch tradition of all, Blue Bunny ice cream. Blue Bunny is a proud sponsor of the Hawkeyes and the 7th inning stretch. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oaknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
The big game. Family. Friends. We know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need, whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones. For us, it means going beyond the expected to make sure we're planning for the energy you need today and tomorrow. That way you can keep your eye on the ball and focus on what's most important to you. Find out more at alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Iowa leads St. Thomas 13-8. This is a great sight right now. Andy Nelson coming to the box, and he'll bat for the Hawkeyes in the 7th after a hamstring injury against the Golden Gophers a couple of weeks ago. Good to see Andy back.
I heard the talk with trainer Jake was, I heard Andy asking if he could get an at bat, and I asked him, I'm like, can you promise me a home run so you don't hurt yourself trying to leg it out? He said, no, I cannot.
I see what you're doing, John.
He said he couldn't promise.
He couldn't promise it, but
I'm just really though to get swings, to see live pitching is good. He was taking ground balls during batting practice today, so. Ooh.
Takes a strike way inside. Haven't seen that one called today. It's 1-1.
That's a new angle for the rectangle.
That bounced in front of the plate, 2-1. Endress still the pitcher for St. Thomas.
So we had a good hour celebration as crowds are filing out now. Maybe we'll catch an extra bump in attendance here.
That'd be nice. High and tight to Nelson, 3-1. Yeah, help the Hawkeyes finish this one out.
I can almost promise you Andy's going to have a pinch runner for you if he walks. I know he wants to swing the bat, too.
In an interesting spot, isn't he? 2-1 to Andy, rather the 3-1. That's outside for ball 4. So Nelson will walk. Who's it going to be? What do you think?
Strohmeyer. Already has the helmet on coming out of the dugout. There was no doubt about that.
Here comes Kellen Strohmeyer. He'll run for Andy.
That's one of those, if you have less integrity, you swing at that 3-1 pitch, so you get another pitch.
Andy might be one of the nicest guys that we've encountered on the team.
That's not saying quite a bit. This is a pretty good team from that stretch, too, so. We're missing most of this. Missing most of the core parental group as well.
Right. Pretty light crowd here today. Seegers takes strike 1. I guess Wednesday at 4 o'clock might be somewhat tough. Or they could be on their way getting ready to go to Columbus.
Well, yeah, that's especially if they're headed to Columbus. It's harder to get your stuff done.
Seegers hits it weakly on the ground to short. Throw to second base is wide of the bag. Gets into right field. This could be trouble for St. Thomas. Strohmeyer's around third. Mitch Bowe's waving him. Strohmeyer's going to score. Seegers headed for third. And a crucial error by Gottschalk at short again. And Iowa adds another to the tally. It's 14-8.
Boy, just a terrible decision to try to get that force out at second. I mean, that was 68 miles an hour off the bat. Just kind of fisted it over there and slings it into the right field corner as he misses the second baseman. If you're going to make that throw, you better make it on the money.
Goes with that sidearm kind of scoop throw to second, and that thing can get wild on you in a hurry. Infield comes in for the Tommies with top of the order Ben Wilmus in the box. He takes strike 1.
Probably rightfully gives Seegers the single because I don't think they were throwing anybody out on that play, but then the error advances everybody else along.
You were right. It was scored as a single. A 1 to Wilmus, low and out. (14-8) Iowa in the bottom of the 7th. 1-1 pitch, outside again from Andres. 2-1.
Yeah, maybe we're kind of at the end of the bullpen rope here for St. Thomas as well.
Ground ball up the middle. The second baseman's got it. He'll throw it to first to get Wilmus, and Seegers stayed put at third.
Up 5, 6?
14 to 8, yeah.
Scoreboard's off.
A little slow.
You know, I guess I get not running the contact play there, but...
In a tight game, it's, I think you're sending him.
Yeah.
Hit to the right side, even though he's playing in. He's not in on the grass.
No, and it was to his right, so, you know, he's got to move and make the play.
Batter is Raider Tello with one out. Raider felt really good after BP today. He verbalized that to us. 2 balls and no strikes. Still trying to find the barrel, though. I think Raider's been swinging so hard.
The one ball he hit really hard and got a little unlucky with the out, but...
2-0 to Tello's downstairs, outside as well, 3-0.
I think that was the fielder's choice last time, was it? 105 off the bat. But yeah, he's hit a couple balls to shortstop where, again, when Raider stays on it, drives it into the gaps.
3-0, Tello swings at it. Ground ball, base hit into left center. Raider brings home another run. 15-8 Hawks.
And that's 104 off the bat. So if you're playing the infield in, unless it's right at you, there's no chance of getting one that well hit.
We'll see Davis Kopp come up now for the Hawks. Kopp's 2 for 4 today. 2 runs and 3 RBIs. He's been very productive all around. Swings at the first pitch. This is a ground ball right to the second base bag, and it will be double trouble. A 4-3 double play, and that will do it for the 7th. 15-8, Iowa with the lead. We're back in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Our mission at Oak Knoll is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, CEO. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served the Iowa City area for 57 years. Oak Knoll is located near University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, Hancher Auditorium, and downtown Iowa City. Visit our website at oakknoll.com to learn more. We're a proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Go Hawks!
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance. Because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Oak Knoll's mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through Life Care, a not-for-profit life plan community serving the Iowa City community for 57 years. Oak Knoll's conveniently located near the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, Kinnick Stadium, Carver Hawkeye Arena, and downtown Iowa City. A proud sponsor of Hawkeye Athletics. Visit oakknoll.com to learn more.
New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes in the 8th with a 15-8 lead. Here is Jack Whitlock, right-handed junior from Cumming, Georgia.
2-3 on the season in his 11 appearances, 13 1/3 innings, 20 hits allowed, 21 runs have all been earned, 9 walks, 14 strikeouts, giving up 9 extra base hits in those 20 as well. So Jack's kind of shown some flashes, and then he's kind of had some tough ones, and so it'd be nice to see him get back on the right track here.
Build that confidence back up. A couple other changes defensively for the Hawkeyes now. Cade Moss will catch, and Blake Guerin will enter the game and play first base for the Hawkeyes. It'll be 8-9-1. Voss, Gottschalk, and Recchio for the Tommies. Here in the 8th.
Yeah, I don't think the Hawks expected to have to play I think this was we're going to clear off our bench and idea, and that didn't quite work out that way, as game stayed relatively tight there until the Hawks broke it open in the 6th and then got a couple more in the 7th.
This game has felt uneasy. Strike one from Whitlock to Voss, the center fielder.
There was a reason why it felt uneasy there at the beginning.
Iowa was down 5-0 after the first, and it stayed that way till the bottom of the 3rd. Took just a little bit for the Iowa bats to get going. This is hit foul in the air over to the left, nothing in 2.
Yeah, 2 walks, you mentioned it earlier, 2 walks and a hit batter from Elliot Cadu-Lanu on his 3 bats, or 3 batters. And then Drew Dermer walked 2. Otherwise, Hawkeye pitchers have been in the zone since. So that's 0-2 pitch is ripped right back up the middle.
Leadoff single for Voss. Jack went fastball there. Tried to surprise the batter?
I guess, and didn't work. 88 in, 87 out. Splashed it right on the Tiger Hawk face there.
Bottom of the order, this is Gottschalk. Whitlock from the stretch. Deals outside, ball 1.
Yeah, 10 hits for St. Thomas, 4 for extra bases.
Much different game this time than the first meeting. High and out. Whitlock missing the zone.
Yeah, 9-3. All 3 of those runs came in 1 inning for St. Thomas last time. At that point, boy, they had barely played outside. So for them, it was very early in the season. You can see where they've acquired some quality at bats and playing a decent enough conference that giving themselves some opportunities.
2 balls and a strike to Gottschalk. Here's the pitch from Whitlock, ripped into right, base hit. In front of Wilmus, Ben picks it up, gets it in quickly. Runners at first and second, nobody out. It's been a strange year for Jack. Dominant last year.
Yeah, he was nearly untouchable last year. I think his batting average against was every bit as good or comparable at the very least to Brody, and then his whip was obviously much better than without the walks.
This year's teams are hitting Jack. That batting average against is not where it once was. Top of the order for Recchio with runners at first and second, nobody out. He's hit by the pitch now.
That one's going to hurt.
Breaking ball that kept breaking and breaking in.
That's
got hit on the inside of the leg.
One way to try to make him not as fast, I suppose.
Unfortunate. So 2 singles and now a hit batter, and the bases are loaded, nobody out for the Tommies in the 8th. 15-8 Iowa. Recchio's running around, looks like he's okay. Voyevich comes up for the Tommies.
The next batter for the Tommies, right fielder
Ben Dete in his untucked shirt warming up in the bullpen.
Or if that's a ritual for him.
If you remember, there's been a couple of the games where the home plate umpires had to suggest he tuck that back in. I think it's just a long tail that seems to come out with his delivery.
Mound visit for the Hawkeyes as Coach McGrath is out to talk with Whitlock.
Today's game is brought to you in part by Brown Deer Golf Club in Coralville, featuring Bunkers Bar and Grill. Enjoy a great Bunkers menu with burgers, chicken, salads, and wraps, and Gimmy's Pizza and Wings, the new pop-up menu at Bunkers that's all about savory pizzas and mouth-watering wings. To-go orders are welcome, as are you and your family at Brown Deer Golf in Coralville.
All right, Mound Visit broken up. Bases loaded, nobody out for St. Thomas in the 8th. Iowa leads at 15-8. But dangerous part of the order coming up.
Yeah, this could get interesting again all of a sudden.
Here's Voyevich. Whitlock deals, line drive into left, base hit. In front of Hennings, 1 run is in. Connor gets it in quickly. (15-9). St. Thomas scoring for the first time now since the 4th inning, when they plated 3. That'll bring up Max Morris. He'll see a new Iowa pitcher. Coach Heller comes out of the dugout. That'll do it for Jack. Just feel for Whitlock. Didn't have it today. We'll go to a pitching change break. 15-9 Iowa. Back in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
The big game. Family. Friends. We know you count on Alliant Energy to deliver the safe, reliable energy you need. Whether you're watching the game, cooking your famous burgers, or leaving a light on for loved ones. For us, it means going beyond the expected to make sure we're planning for the energy you need today and tomorrow. That way you can keep your eye on the ball and focus on what's most important to you. Find out more at alliantenergy.com/poweringbeyond.
Want to test drive U.S. Cellular's award-winning network? It's free for 30 days. Want to test drive U.S. Cellular even faster? Just get a race car driver to be your personal chauffeur.
Just let me buckle my... Whoa! Hey, my calls and data work great out here.
Test drive U.S. Cellular free for 30 days. Named the leader in 5G coverage in Iowa.
You can pull over now. Please?
U.S. Cellular. Built for us. Terms apply. Awards based on open signal independent data. Visit uscellular.com for details.
New pitcher into the game for the Hawkeyes is left-handed redshirt senior from Clive. This is Ben Dete.
2-0 on the season in 8 appearances. He has a save as well. A 3 ERA, 9 innings, 5 hits, 3 runs were all earned, 3 walks, and 13 strikeouts. Opponents hitting Ben around at just a 161 batting average.
He comes in with quite a bit of traffic, bases loaded, and nobody out.
Yeah, this is less fun than it was a little bit ago here as the inning started. So,
well, if you think about it, worst case scenario is one swing of the bat and the Tommies are within a couple of runs. So Iowa really, you hate to say it, but up against it here in the 8th with a couple more innings to go. 15-9.
Yeah, the Tommies still have 6 outs. There's nobody out here in the 8th. There's 3 singles and a hit batter to the first 4 hitters here in the 8th. And, man, just too many crooked numbers today that Iowa pitching staff's allowed, and Jack becomes the 3rd Hawkeye pitcher that didn't even get an out today in their appearance.
Just strange. All right, here's Sean Marlowe pinch hitting for Max Morris. Dete spiked the first pitch low. 15-9 Iowa, top of the 8th. Bases loaded, nobody out. Dete comes set. Here's the pitch. It's outside, 2-0. That catches the upper part of the zone. It's 2-1.
Ooh. Friendly 2-0 strike call there on a elevated fastball.
See if Dete can even the count. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Much better fastball there as he a little bit more on it and got it on the inside part of the plate.
Ben's specialty pitch is the changeup. We'll see if he throws it here for the strikeout. The 2-2. Called third strike. Fastball low inside corner for out number 1.
Well, what a pitch there, and what an important first out.
The next batter for the Tommies.
You'd like for it to not really matter a ton, but you had to get the first out to make sure it didn't matter a ton.
That'll bring up Roeder, who's got some power. 4 home runs on the season. Takes downstairs. Ball 1.
I tried to start him off with the changeup there. Didn't bite there. With lefty on lefty, I'd like to see him kind of work the breaking stuff maybe a little bit.
Just around, but too high. Ball 2. So Dete in back-to-back batters has fallen behind 2-0. Work hard to get back in the count. Dangerous hitter with Roeder in the box. The 2-0. There it is at the knees, 2-1.
And Roeder's a good guy there with, just 13 free bases to 12 strikeouts, so he's got good discipline, good. We talk about the Hawkeyes trying to dominate the zone. He does a good job with that on his side.
Good block by Moss behind the plate. It's 3-1. No place to put him here, Ben. 3-1 pitch. Hit in the air to right. Wilmus is camped underneath it. Ben's got it for out number 2. He'll quickly get it in. Run will score from third base. 15-10 on the sac fly to right.
Okay, good job there. That fastball up in the zone. Or couldn't go up and really get it as he just made semi-weak contact, but obviously deep enough to drive in the run. And you just need to finish it off here if you're Ben and keep the damage where it is.
Two gone for Maulik. 15-10. Iowa up 5 in the 8th. Pitch gets in between Moss's legs and almost got to the backstop. No advancement home from the runner at third. I think he would have been out. It didn't get that far away from Cade.
He just never got a good read on it. He couldn't see where the ball was. I think with his speed, if he takes off immediately, I think he beats it just fine, but he could just never see it. By the time he finally decided to go, I think it was well too late.
Runner from first does advance to second, though. So 2 in scoring position and 2 outs. 1-0 pitch from Dete, outside. 2-0 and 3 straight batters.
Yeah, you really need to get Ben into the strike zone quicker. Come less predictable then to these hitters.
Way inside, it backed Maulik off the plate. And it's 3-0. There's a strike at the knees, 3-1.
And Maulik, another nice hitter at this time of the year. Anytime your average is north of 400.
Ground ball to short. Seegers has got it. He'll throw to first base to get the speedy Maulik. Couple runs come across for the Tommies. 15-10, Iowa with the lead. We're back for the bottom of the 8th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Nestled on the rolling greens of the iconic Finkbine Golf Course, Bumps Restaurant is open to the public year-round. Whether you're swinging by after a round of golf or just in the neighborhood, Bumps is your go-to spot for scrumptious sandwiches, shareable appetizers, and mouth-watering pizzas. Quench your thirst with our selection of local craft beers, or let our full bar serve you a refreshing cocktail to toast to your game, or just because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Our happy hour from 2 to 6 p.m. is the perfect 19th hole. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram to catch our latest daily specials. And here's a little insider secret just for our radio listeners. Thursdays are not to be missed at Bumps Restaurant. It's BOGO Happy Hour. Buy one, get one free on select beverages from our happy hour menu. Whether you're a diehard golfer or just love a great meal with a view, Bumps Restaurant at Finkbine Golf Course is your destination. We're currently open Wednesday through Saturday. Swing on by today. Bumps at Finkbine Golf Course. Great food, great drinks, and the best views in town. See you at Bumps.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Iowa City. 15-10. Iowa with the lead over St. Thomas. Looks like they're rolling out a new pitcher. We'll see if we can identify him.
I believe that's Max Skilbeck.
All right.
1-0 on the season in 7 appearances, a 6.60 ERA, 15 innings, 14 hits, 12 runs, 11 earned, 12 walks, and 20 strike. Well, no.
Oh, really good job on Skilbeck, John. Really good job.
But it wasn't him. It's 49, not 48, right?
Yeah. Marlon Shinaha.
Oh, good. I didn't want to say his name anyway.
You leave me the hard one.
That works out even better for me. The reason I didn't recognize the number is he's not pitched this year.
Okay, all right. So we'll see Shinaha for the first time. Cade Moss swings at the first pitch, grounds it to third. Step, throw, 1 pitch, 1 out for Shinaha.
Give the man the ball.
Yeah, where's he been all year? All right, here comes Kyle Huckstorf.
I wonder when the last time Cade Moss hit in the cleanup spot was.
Probably back in high school, wouldn't you say?
Maybe.
5-run lead for the Hawks. Here's Huckstorf. Takes strike 1.
Yeah, I've got nothing on the scouting report for him because they have nothing on TrackMan for him because they've never seen him before.
Blank box, huh?
It's a blank box. He has no stats at all.
0-1 pitch. Huck takes strike 2.
That was an outstanding breaking ball there.
This guy looks all right.
3 pitches, 3 strikes. That's well ahead of the curve. I mean, as a Hawkeye hitter, you don't even know what to prepare for.
0-2 to Huckstorf. That drifted outside, ball 1.
You know, when you asked me the question about how do you dominate the zone, well, I said you go up and you eliminate a pitch and you work on 1 pitch. Well, in this case, you don't even know what he throws. He could have came out and thrown knuckleballs. You have no idea.
No clue. 1-2 to Huck. Grounded left side. Third baseman charging hard. Ooh, he'll field it. No, he let it go, and it's a fair ball. Around the bag, Huckstorf stays at first. What an odd sequence there by Von Schlegel at third.
I understand what he did as he tried, because he tried that play earlier and couldn't throw Huckstorf out. So at least that time he's like, all right, I'm going to let this go foul. Unfortunately for him, it had no spin.
It didn't come out of the grass of the turf.
No, and if Huck hadn't have been running straight down, he probably could have turned that into a double. I mean, it's a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. He's getting the ball up there pretty good. So kind of wonder if maybe he's coming back from injury or something, and maybe they
have to imagine something like that.
Or if it's your first appearance, it's a little lightning in a bottle sort of thing, or what it is. But all in all, not too bad.
Here's Gable Mitchell. Fastball low and out to Gable. Ball 1.
At 15-8, I don't think Huck's running. At 15-10, it's back in play. But again, you don't know how good his move is, how quick he's to the plate. You got to see him once to at least kind of figure it out.
1-0. Mitchell drives it deep to right. Right fielder going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Gable Mitchell with a bomb to right. 2-run shot for Gable.
First career Hawkeye home run, 98 miles an hour off the bat, goes 358 over the right field wall. And that's legit. There's no helping wind. There's nothing there. That's all Gable Mitchell as he drives it over. Good for him.
He's fired up. How about that for Mitchell? Good looking swing, wasn't it?
That was well struck. Got a fastball right in the middle of the plate, and he made no mistake to it. I'll see if Connor in the hip hop can answer.
17-10, Iowa with some insurance in the 8th. First pitch to Connor, breaking ball, low, ball 1.
Ooh.
Really good pitch.
That was outstanding. His first ball is questionable ball.
Hennings laces this into left center field. It's down for a base hit. Good reaching stop by Richards in left. It'll keep Hennings at first with a single.
Boy, yeah, that ball has just a little bit more scoot, and that's to the wall. And Hennings is still scooting around, I'm sure. And then Gottschalk throws it to second base. He does that little low sidearm thing again, and second baseman has to make a lunging catch for it. So interesting.
Yeah. I've almost quit trying to figure it out, John.
Ooh.
Here's Kellen Strohmeyer. He'll bat for the Hawkeyes in the 8th. Swings and misses at the first pitch. 1 out, runner at first. Iowa up 17-10 now in the 8th. Strohmeyer, big, tall drink of water. Left-handed batter. Check swing, he committed, 0-2. Strohmeyer, a redshirt freshman from Dubuque. Have to protect with 2 strikes now, 0-2. The pitch to Kellen. Check swing, he went. He is out number 2.
That was just a good sequence there, and all those pitches were right around the edges of the plate. All may or may not have been strikes, and all kind of working the edges. And unfortunately for Kellen, he kind of got cheated. If you're going to do it, just do it.
Yeah. Tough time for him to come into the game with, no scout on this guy. You don't really know much about him. Seegers offers at the first pitch, popped it up right side. Shallow right, second baseman going back. And that's Malik who makes the catch for the 3rd out. A 2-run home run by Gable Mitchell gives Iowa the 17-10 lead. 3 outs away from victory. We're back for the 9th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. As a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season, please join American Equity in thanking all who have served our country. American Equity is more than just retirement savings and income products. They are committed to providing you best-in-class service and high-quality retirement income that helps deliver the independence to dream and reach your goals. To learn more about American Equity, please visit their website at american-equity.com.
Are aches, pains, or injuries keeping you on the sidelines? At Athletico, our movement experts are here to help you turn your setbacks into comebacks and create a personalized game plan for your recovery. With no prescription or referral needed, Athletico Physical Therapy is where your comeback story begins. Get started today by scheduling a free assessment at athletico.com. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
John Evans and John Leo at Dwayne Banks Field. Top of the 9th inning, 17-10. Iowa out in front of St. Thomas. Just a few more outs to go. New pitcher into the game to try to close it down is the tall right-hander, the junior from Canada. This is Chaz Wheatley.
11 appearances, a 6.23 ERA, 8 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 6 runs have all been earned, 6 walks, 6 strikeouts. Opponents nicked him up for a .233 batting average.
Chaz came in this weekend and didn't have his best stuff, so looking for redemption in the 9th and try to close out the Tommies. He'll see a bottom portion of the order. It'll be 6, 7, and 8. Richards, Von Schlegel, and Voss. Looks like it'll be a new batter for St. Thomas, so they'll send a pinch hitter up.
Because I was at the south end of their pitching staff right now, and just kind of looking at arms that might still be down there. And I think Justin Hackett is still down there, and I think Marcus Morgan is still down there, and Caleb Strack. So I think those would be the 3 guys you'd have.
See if Wheatley can get
But yeah, no reason to believe Chad's going to have any issue to get the 3 outs and finish this up.
Wheatley deals strike 1 to Ben Truckee, pinch hitting. Foul tip, swing and a miss. Nothing in 2.
Now stay out of the middle of the plate.
Yeah. No balls, 2 strikes. Out of the windup, the pitch. There it was. Breaking ball that started out and stayed out. Had a little bit too much spin on it.
Wasn't exactly what I meant.
Just a little bit too far.
I didn't mean to not challenge him. I just meant stay out of the middle of the plate.
Try it again on this pitch. The 1-2. Outside, 2-2.
Yeah, I think I'm at a point where you just kind of almost want to see, hey, throw it for the middle of the plate and then recognize you're going to miss a little bit one way or the other and give yourself room to miss on either side.
2-2. Outside again, ball 3.
I mean, that's 2 perfect pitches to start the at-bat, and then 3 just non-competitive pitches right now that are all 3 are in the left-handed batter's box plus.
Full count pitch from Wheatley. Called 3rd strike. Got the call on the outside portion of the zone. We'll take it. 1 down.
Unfortunately for Truckee, he may have been sitting on the bench and not seen the expanded strike zone to the outside.
When we talk about the zone like that, it almost gives, a false sense of confidence sometimes too to pitchers to take advantage of a zone like that, don't you think? Moving forward, in this game, you use it to your advantage, but moving forward,
well,
in any other game, that's ball 4.
Correct, but they see that in the scouting reports, the TrackMan reports. The TrackMan shows it as a called strike, but it doesn't show it as a strike, and so they'll still see it and recognize that it was less than ideal. Works out perfectly fine this time, but we've had plenty of zones. In fact, nearly all of them that we've had this year would not have been a strike.
Wheatley's fallen behind to pinch hitter Owen Bond, 2-1.
But again, the thing that I'll say and reiterate, since we've talked so much about the strike zone, is he's been extremely consistent, and he's given that pitch to both sides.
There's a strike at the knees. It's 2-2 now.
Which is all you want out of a strike zone.
Wholesale agree.
Maybe not all you want out of a strike zone. It's a lot of what you want out of a strike zone is to know what it is when you're going up there as a hitter or a pitcher.
Out of the windup, the 2-2 from Wheatley. Low and in, ball 3. Another full count opportunity now. Here's the pitch from Wheatley. Called 3rd strike. High portion of the zone. That looked pretty good. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Chaz.
Not too bad. Right at the top of the zone. Again, one of those that maybe is a coin flip on most days, and get the break this time, and 1 out away now.
Here's Jordan Doloff. Freshman right-handed hitter. Ball 1 from Chaz. Just off the plate outside.
I'm not going to lie. I might be a little surprised about that one. Might have been a little low for the outside part.
Outside again, 2-0. Like to see Wheatley figure this out, though, because everything's been way outside.
Yeah, he has a little bit of a sling it motion.
2-0. Chopper up the middle. Mitchell sprinting. He backhands. Gable throw from the hole to first is late. Really good effort by Mitchell. And it'll be an infield single for Doloff.
Yeah, Mitchell did everything he could do to try to help his pitcher there, but Chopper, that ball carried 7 feet before it took its first bounce. It just bounced over Wheatley. And then a heck of a play, and Mitchell got as much on it as he possibly could have, but Just no chance to get the hitter there.
That brings up Gottschalk. 9-hitter, left-handed batter for the Tommies. 2 outs, 1 out away for the Hawks. Up 17-10.
I really prefer to end this here. Don't get back to the top of the order. No need to see Recchio again.
1-0 from Wheatley. Ball 2, low and in.
And I think the concerning part, both, Dete coming in last inning and then Chaz here is just 2-0 counts, lots of 2-0 counts. Makes you predictable in what you're going to do next. And
the volume of balls, the volume of pitches out of the strike zone. Chaz deals a strike there. It's 2-1.
And as a whole, Iowa's been pretty good. 60% strikes today.
2-1 is lined foul over to the left.
But when they've been bad, there's been a flurry of bad. And that's the more challenging part. But, Chaz has ran 2 full counts and got an out here. Let's see if he can finish it off on the 2-2 pitch instead.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Wheatley comes set. Here's the pitch. Runner takes off. Up and in for ball 3.
Or let's just see if we can get him out on the 3-2 pitch again.
Chaz has 2 strikeouts in the inning, looking for the third. His third would end the game. Full count pitch on its way home. Outside, ball 4. So we will see the top of the order. That brings up Recchio.
Is the designated hitter, Tanner Riccio.
Recchio's been a dartboard here in a couple at-bats.
Yeah, he's been hit by a couple of pitches. Outside for ball 1. He's been on 4 times.
It's never good when you let any hitter for the other team come to the plate 6 times.
There's strike 1 from Chaz. Found the inside corner, 1-1.
Yeah, 2 walks, or 2 hit by pitches and 2 singles. Of singles when it combined 100 feet.
3 runs scored for Recchio.
Just 2, I think, at least.
Yeah, I guess 1 scored. I think I have a mistake in my book. 2 runs scored.
John Bonenkamp would not be happy if you have a mistake in the book.
My book is not nearly as perfect as anything that he could keep.
As immaculate?
No. Oh, the Hawks are taking their time putting this game away. 3 balls and a strike. Wheatley trying to find the strike zone. 2 outs.
I need to pack for tomorrow.
Here's the pitch from Chaz. Ball 4 outside. Bases are loaded. And here comes Ben Taxdahl getting his first at bat. Need to get 1 out here, gentlemen.
That would do the trick. And preferably it's before Marcus Morgan comes in the game.
He is in the bullpen.
Taxdahl, just a 154 hitter. Get in the zone and challenge him.
There's strike 1, inner portion of the plate. Whoa.
Oh, man. It's friendly after you've got to walk the bases full.
Chaz goes from the windup. The 0-1 drop downstairs, 1-1.
I guess that's not true. The guy on third was an infield single.
Yeah. Cade's going to take a breather and walk out and talk with Chaz. get on the same page here and fire a couple more strikes and send us home.
I'm a big fan of that concept.
17-10 in the ninth. Moss is on his way back to his post behind the plate. All right, here we go. Find a way here, Chaz. 1-1 pitch to Taxdahl. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Now that might have been his best pitch of the day right there. Breaking ball. Snapped it to the outside part of the plate. So it was a strike whether Taxdahl swung at it or not.
Here's the 1-2 delivery. Hit him. Oh. A run comes in for St. Thomas, 17-11.
I know Coach Heller does not want to come out of this dugout.
Looks like Sam Hart's also throwing in the bullpen.
Yeah, he just started getting loose. It's got to be Marcus. He's the only one ready to go.
Wow. Coach Heller is coming out of the dugout. The Hawkeyes will bring in a new pitcher in the ninth. 17-11. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Iowa Baseball from Learfield.
Does your company attire make you feel like you're always fourth and long? It's time for a change. Hand the ball off to Authentic Brand and watch your team transform into MVPs. On game days, our team dresses like champions in Authentic Brand. Ensure that your company's reputation remains untarnished by using nothing but the label specifically designed to display your company's identity. Ask your supplier for Authentic Brand products and see for yourself why it's more than just a label. It's a statement.
Tickets are on sale now for the Hy-Vee IndyCar Race Weekend Concert Series. Saturday, July 13th, see Luke Combs and Eric Church. And Sunday, July 14th, see Post Malone and Kelsey Ballerini, 5 in concert. 1 ticket per day gets you into a race and 2 concerts. Tickets on sale now at HyVeeIndyCarWeekend.com.
All right, top of the ninth, Iowa leads at 17-11. The Hawkeyes bring in Marcus Morgan to close this game down.
The closer.
Sure.
My pre-game interview. I love it. I'm not sure love it's an accurate description.
Marcus will come in and try to get the final out. Bases loaded for the Tommies. He's been throwing for a little while in the bullpen, so you figure he probably had some throwing to do this week.
Well, that's just it. He had when I did the interview before the game, I heard him talking about he was on the board, just depending on how things went, and the idea was he was going to do some throwing, so he basically got his throwing regiment going in the ninth inning anyway, and so once it looked like he might come into the game, you kind of adjust how you're doing it, and now here he is, and I guess fortunately or unfortunately, it doesn't even come in quite to a save situation.
Bases loaded and 2 outs. Morgan throws low to Sean Marlowe, getting his second at bat. Entered in the 7th. 1-0 pitch from Marcus. That's high, ball 2.
Struck out looking last inning.
Morgan comes set, the 2-0. Inside corner, strike 1.
Oh. I think probably the most disappointing thing if you're the Iowa pitching staff, and I'm going to get to save that, fortunately.
Fly ball to right. Wilmus is underneath it. Ben battles the lights and makes the catch for the 3rd out. Iowa wins at 17-11. We'll take a break. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide, experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, or just need someone to listen, 988 provides a direct connection to free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, you'll be quickly connected to trained crisis counselors who will listen to your concerns, provide support, and connect you to additional resources if needed. There is hope. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, call or text 988 or chat 988lifeline.org.
Whether you're building a backyard fence for your family's new best friend or firing up the excavator for your next commercial project, a free and simple call can save you from expensive fines and even save your life. Call 811 at least 2 days before you start your next project to have underground utility lines located and marked. At Mid-American Energy, your safety is our #1 priority. So, make it your priority to call 811 before you dig. Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Iowa wins today's midweek contest over St. Thomas 17-11. It was a high-scoring affair. John Evans, your final thoughts?
Well, I think as I was saying on the last pop-up there, I think the hard part, if you're the Iowa pitching staff, to go away from that is you had 6 walks and 3 hit batters with a giant strike zone. I mean, that's the part to me that's, again, it was a very consistent strike zone. You consistently got a couple balls off the outside part of the plate, and Iowa just found ways to miss it there in stretches. And I guess 6 walks all came from 3 guys, and 2 of the hit batters went to those same guys. And so just some guys on the staff, you gotta figure out what it is, because I don't think it's physical, so it kind of tells you maybe there's a little bit of stuff going on between the ears that you got to get figured out. Iowa hitters did a good enough job of stringing together at bats, showing patience, not chasing there after the game got going a little bit, and was able to obviously score enough runs to solve today's problem, but you got some things to figure out as you head into some really difficult Big Ten series.
Yeah, Ohio State's got some pretty good starting pitching, and they'll be ready for us in a couple of days. We get out to Columbus beginning on Friday. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our post-game coverage from Banks. Iowa wins at 17-11. Back in just a moment. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Nestled on the rolling greens of the iconic Finkbine Golf Course, Bumps Restaurant is open to the public year-round. Whether you're swinging by after a round of golf or just in the neighborhood, Bumps is your go-to spot for scrumptious sandwiches, shareable appetizers, and mouth-watering pizzas. Quench your thirst with our selection of local craft beers, or let our full bar serve you a refreshing cocktail to toast to your game, or just because it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Our happy hour from 2 to 6 p.m. is the perfect 19th hole. Be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram to catch our latest daily specials. And here's a little insider secret just for our radio listeners. Thursdays are not to be missed at Bumps Restaurant. It's BOGO Happy Hour. Buy one, get one free on select beverages from our happy hour menu. Whether you're a diehard golfer or just love a great meal with a view, Bumps Restaurant at Finkbine Golf Course is your destination. We're currently open Wednesday through Saturday. Swing on by today. Bumps at Finkbine Golf Course. Great food, great drinks, and the best views in town. See you at Bumps.
Iowa beats St. Thomas today 17-11 in the midweek to improve to 17-13 overall. St. Thomas drops to 10-14. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. (17 to 11), Iowa beats St. Thomas in the midweek. A 3-game set with Ohio State coming up this weekend. First pitch on Friday is 5 Central Time against the Buckeyes. The team takes to the air tomorrow. We'll fly out to Columbus tomorrow. We're joined by Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland. Coach, your thoughts on today's win?
Well, it was a game.
it's one of those where you're obviously happy to get out of here with the win. There's certainly bright spots, but just a mixed bag of everything, right? Just some things we've continued to do, put ourselves in tough spots. Credit to them. It's a good offense. They're hitting over 300. It's not a bad offense by any stretch of the imagination, and you saw that tonight. But certainly you didn't like the way you put them on base, and just a lot of damage we gave up, but there's certainly some bright spots on the mound. You look at Reese Buter, Brant Hogue, Watts was really good, Savary really good, Dete coming in a rough spot, did a really nice job. So there were some good things there, but, just as a coach, you kind of feel lucky to get out of here with the win, really, with the way it went down, to get down 5-0, first 5 guys in their lineup score. But good job that we settled it down after that for a couple innings. Offense got back in it. The first six-run inning, we just did a really good job. I think we won 4 consecutive 3-2 counts, and just had some big hits. Some guys had really good nights. Connor Hennings followed up a great game in Game 3 against Michigan with another really good one tonight. Gable had a really nice night. Congrats to him for first home run. Huck has 4 hits. 2 of them probably went a total 150 feet, but you take them all. So there were some good things, but man, just a lot of things that just aren't sustainable if you really want to make a run at this. Excuse me. Yeah. So as we head to Ohio State, Coach, I want to ask you what a fix might be, but just keep plugging away, keep chipping away. Yeah, there's some good things, that, like I said, it's just kind of a mixed bag. It's a little bit getting more consistent. I think we'll have Andy, in a capacity this weekend. PD probably not. So that'll help, getting Andy's bat back in there from that standpoint. That'll be really big. But it's going to be a challenge, man. The Friday guy that they're going to throw at us, Beidelshees, is really good. I think maybe as good as anybody in our league. They have another lefty going on Saturday who started a bunch for them. There's talent in their bullpen. So from that standpoint, it's going to be a challenge. We'll have our hands full. And, we've done a pretty decent job overall offensively, outside of last weekend. It was frustrating, but for the most part, that's been good. So we just need to continue to do the things there. We play airless baseball, which is great. We just got to find some consistency on the mound. And again, there's bright spots, right? Brant Hogue hasn't thrown since Georgia. Comes in there, and does a really nice job. Like I said, Reese, comes back after the tough outing last week. Watts continues to do a nice job, and like Savary's been lights out. So those were really good. And Dete again comes in with the bases loaded and gets out of that with just the one inherited run scoring. So there are bright spots. There are guys that have been out there quite a bit that are continuing to do well, and we just need to continue to get more length out of the starters, on weekends. And if we do that, we'll be in a lot better shape. But again, it's just not a recipe for success if you're having to cover 18 outs out of the bullpen every game on the weekend. So there's things there. Mm-hmm. We just got to find some consistency somewhere.
Let's build on those bright spots and go take it to the Buckeyes this weekend.
Thanks, John.
Associate head coach Marty Sutherland on our post-game show from Banks. We'll be back in just a moment with highlights. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
If you guessed that was the sound of a bag of Pioneer brand A-Series soybeans, you guessed right. Well, kinda. It was really the sound of an innovative team that spent decades perfecting a seed with exclusive genetics and the ultimate agronomic advantage. The sort of breeders who don't rest until they've achieved outstanding performance. Pioneer brand A-Series soybeans. #1 for a reason. Visit pioneer.com/genetics.
Iowa takes down St. Thomas tonight in a high-scoring affair, 17-11. Let's relive some of the highlights. 3 balls and a strike. Kopp hits this well, deep to center. Center fielder Voss going back, and it's over his head. It'll one-hop off the wall and clear the wall for a ground rule double for Davis Kopp. 2 runs come in, and it's 5-3. Here's the pitch to Huckstorf. Grounded. Fair! Past the third base bag. Tello jogs home. Cops around third. He'll score. And it's a 2 RBI double right down the line for Kyle Huckstorf. And we're tied at 5. It's been a long inning here in the bottom of the third. Iowa's tied it back up. The 3-2. Connor hits it deep into right center. It's carrying well, and it's off the wall. Hennings around second base. He's headed for third. Connor Hennings will slide into the base for a triple to give Iowa the 6-5 lead. 0-2's hit on the ground to second. Mitchell will scoop it up, flip to second for one, on to first for the double play. 1-1, that's much better for Reese. He hits it into right for a base hit. Tello's around third. He'll try to score. Here's the play at the plate, and he will score standing up. It's dropped by the catcher, and now runners will advance to second and third. Here's a ground ball to third. High chopper. The only play will be to first base. He is safe at first. Huckstorf beats it out. Kopp scores from third. Another run across for the Hawkeyes. It's 12-8. 1-0. Mitchell drives it deep to right. Right fielder going back. Get going, baby. It is gone. Gable Mitchell with a bomb to right. 2-run shot for Gable. Iowa wins at 17-11, improving to 17-13 on the season. A big series at Ohio State coming up this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll talk to you from Columbus Friday afternoon, 4:30. We'll go live on the Hawkeye Radio Network. That'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball from Banks tonight. Iowa takes down St. Thomas 17-11. For my great board op down the line, Michael, excellent job as always today, Michael. My color analyst, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Banks. Iowa 17, St. Thomas 11. We'll talk to you this weekend from Columbus. Every day's a great day to be a Hawkeye, and some are just a little bit better than others. Take care, everybody.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Hy-Vee. Score big savings with the new Hy-Vee Perks membership. University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. Oak Knoll Retirement Community. Homewood Suites and Home 2. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Iowa Corn. You might think Iowa just grows corn, but the truth is, corn grows Iowa. Brought to you by Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Also brought to you by Mediacom, home of extreme and 1 gig internet speeds. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Travel Leaders, Destinations Unlimited, the official travel partner of the Hawkeyes. And by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy online. Get your medical card today. Visit budmary.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.